going to call us back to from closed session. Do we have Councilmember Ledeju on with us? Not yet. So if I could ask the city attorney to report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Vice Mayor, Mayor for the day, and members of the council. The city council did meet in closed session.
No. Gotcha. Nope.
And I was just going to go right along.
Sorry, jumping the gun here. So I'm going to call the meeting in the order. Time is 7:09 p.m. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please conduct roll call?
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Present.
Council members Bergensler.
Present.
Gordon.
Present.
Ledeju. She join us virtually yet? Okay. Matias.
Here.
Palmeris.
Present.
I will note for the record Mayor Source is absent and currently Council Member Ledeju.
Thank you for that. Please join us for agenda item number 3, Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ask for the city council or city attorney to please call out for closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. The City Council did meet in closed session in a meeting immediately preceding this meeting. Our apologies for being late. With regard to the items on the agenda, the first is item A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title of the position City Manager. Council gave some direction with regard to that item. Item B, C, and D, all of which are conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A. The cases are People of the State of California and the City of Vallejo versus Mary Beckus et al., People of the State of California and the City of Vallejo versus Guadalupe Mendez et al., and People of the State of California and the City of Vallejo versus Robert Chang et al. All of those case numbers are as listed on the agenda. The council gave direction to legal counsel with regard to those items. There is no further action to report at this time.
Thank you for that, City Attorney Nebb. I will ask Manny to please start the 2-minute clock. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the council on items on the consent calendar? Comments must be restricted to items only on the consent calendar. Please either sign up to speak using the electronic kiosk in the back of the council chamber, or raise your hand if you are participating virtually. I will allow 2 minutes for in-person speakers to sign up on the kiosk, or anyone else participating virtually to please raise their hand. Are there any council members that would like to pull any items on the consent calendar?
Yes, to the chair. I'd like to pull A. 5A.
Okay. Got an item move 5A to make that 5.1. 5.1. Just waiting for the clock to run down for any.
But that's the only item.
Yeah. Okay, copy that. So the fact that there's only one item there, we're going to go ahead and move on to item 5. Or is there a motion is there a motion for the consent calendar?
Yes, I move that we approve the consent calendar and approve the agenda, moving consent item 5A to 5.1.
Roll call vote, please.
Unless Councilmember Ledeju joined, you can use your voting monitors. Did she join, Manny? Okay, you can use your voting monitors. The motion carries unanimously with Mayor Soers and Councilmember Lettiju absent.
Thank you for that. Okay, moving on to item 5.1. Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you so much, and it's great to see you. Could you please share to me more clarifying information regarding this?
Haven't been here in a while. Sydney Wilson, City Manager's Office. So AB 1761 is an electrical rate transparency bill. It's currently being considered. We also have our state lobbyist here available who can probably give more context than me. But basically, it is a transparency bill that requires utilities and regulators to disclose the data and methodologies used to calculate certain electricity charges, especially complex fees like the power charge and difference adjustment. The goal is to make electricity rates more understandable and accountable to ratepayers and local agencies.
And I'll add, if I can, that bringing a letter of support for this piece of state legislation was a council referral from a recent city council meeting.
Thank you for that. And if our state representative, legislator can speak on it, I appreciate it.
It's our state lobbyist is online. I don't know that they have much deeper context on it than what was presented and is in the staff report, but we can find out if Mr. Gonzalez would like to add any comments.
He's prepared.
Okay.
And remember, this is for our constituents. I know a lot about it, but they don't.
He is in the Zoom room. Manny's moving him over.
Well, good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. This is Paul Gonzalez. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, for some reason it doesn't give me the ability to turn my camera on, but just to add on to what Sydney was saying, he did a very good job of describing what the bill does. The bill was actually heard in the Assembly Utilities and Energy Committee on March 16th and passed out of committee on a 15-0 vote. So it has a bunch of support from local officials and cities, City of Boylton, National City, Pinole, San Jose, Seaside, the League of California Cities, the City of Goleta, but it does have some opposition from Edison International and San Diego Gas and Electric Company. So again, it is a transparency bill moving through the process, has unanimous and bipartisan support so far.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And yes, you did do a good job. But remember, it's not only me that you're talking to. As you know, the City of Vallejo is very concerned about a lot of things, and we promised them transparency, so I appreciate that. Thank you so much for that.
Councilmember Palmares?
I'd like to add more information to that just for your sake and everyone else who's listening on this. So I'm the one who asked for this. And so with the power charge and difference adjustment, or PCIA, that's a fee from PG&E to account for if anyone is subscribing to the light green or the dark green plan, for renewable energy or mostly fossil fuel energy, that everyone drops out, there's a fee. So like everything as far as the cost of maintaining this is relatively stable. However, there have been errors. And without that transparency up front for MCE, so that's our PCC for this, we're not very clear on how much we have to accommodate. And so without that transparency, that translates downhill to us, the consumer, to be paying more than we should be. I have lots of problems with the PCIA in general, but at least for the meantime, let's attack the transparency, so at least we could keep a few bucks in the residents' pockets. So that's ultimately the goal, is just like help us save some more money when it comes to our utility bills.
Can I add to that? I'm grateful because I don't know if you heard me also mention this last week. I only use $15, for example, right? And I end up having to pay a delivery cost from PG&E, $25. And then there's another silent fee there that's $15, but I don't know what that is. So I'm really grateful that it's here. But it's like when you overdraft $1 and they still charge you $39 overdraft fee, So I am happy that we are addressing this. Thank you so much to my colleague.
If there's no other comments or questions, the chair is open for a motion.
Did we take a comment from the public?
Thank you for that. Are there any public comments from the general public? Anyone signed up or anyone online?
Through the mayor, currently do not have any members of the public signed up for this item.
Thank you. With that said, I'll go ahead and close the public comment session for this one. And if there's no other comments or questions, open for a motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve the letter of support for AB 1761, electricity rate transparency.
Thank you for that. Do we have Councilmember Letters online?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
I
so
will
go
have
ahead and
to do
roll
a
call vote.
Okay. Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmember Brigenzer.
Yes.
Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Councilmember Ledeju.
Aye.
Councilmember Matias.
Yes.
And Councilmember Palmares.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously with Mayor Source absent.
Thank you for that. And moving on to the action calendar, City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 6A?
Presentation of the City of Vallejo state and federal legislative advocacy firms and receive direction on updating the city's legislative platform.
Thank you for that. Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on the item both in person or virtually must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their right hand virtually after the end of the 2 minutes clock will not be recognized. Administrative Analyst Wilson, do you have a presentation for us? And you could have just sat there from the last one.
You ready? All right. All right. So good evening again, Mayor, Council, members, and staff. I'm Sidney Wilson from the City Manager's Office. Tonight's presentation provides an overview of the city's legislative advocacy services in our state and federal legislative platform. As part of the session, you'll have the opportunity to hear directly from the city's advocacy partners to provide context on how they support Vallejo and coordinate with staff. The purpose of today is to provide information so council can consider whether a future agenda item or a special meeting to update the platform for 2026 would be appropriate. Next slide, please. Oh, why does I have that? So before we review the legislative platform itself, I want to introduce the firms that support Vallejo at the state and federal levels. Each brings specific expertise and helps the city respond quickly to legislative and funding opportunities. So we have Atkin Gump here. They provide broad federal advocacy, helping the city track legislation, engage directly with Congress and federal agencies, and identify funding opportunities. Their work ensures Vallejo's voice is heard at a national level. We have capital advocacy partners here also. They focus on public safety priorities, advocating for funding and legislation supporting the police department and related public safety initiatives. Their targeted approach ensures consistent attention to those priorities. We also have Gonzalez and Son. They represent Vallejo and Sacramento, monitoring state legislation, providing analysis, and supporting policy advocacy and coalition building aligned with council direction. These firms coordinate regularly with the city manager's office and relevant departments to ensure advocacy efforts align with council direction and operational priorities. Together, they extend the city's reach, provide professional expertise, and help ensure staff and council can act efficiently on legislative matters. I'll now invite each firm to briefly describe their work and approach in more detail. So first, Susan, I'll turn it over to you for a brief overview of your federal advocacy work for Vallejo.
Great. Thank you very much, Sydney. Good evening, Mr. Vice Mayor and council members. I'm pleased to be here tonight to provide an update on the advocacy services that we've been providing to Vallejo, as well as a short briefing on developments in Washington that may impact Vallejo. My name is Susan Lent, and I'm a partner at Aiken Gump, a law firm with one of the largest government relations and regulatory practice groups in Washington. Before joining Aiken, I served as the legal counsel to the House of Representatives Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. And at Aiken, I specialize in advising on federal programs, including infrastructure programs and compliance with federal laws and regulations. Aiken's government relations and regulatory practice group is bipartisan, and we have former elected and appointed officials as well as congressional and agency staff. It's been an honor to represent the city of Vallejo since 2019. I also represent the Solano Transportation Authority, and so I am very familiar with Vallejo and Solano County's transportation priorities. I have regular meetings with the city manager and city staff to discuss issues that are important to Vallejo. And then we also bring developments in Washington and opportunities to the city's attention, including grant opportunities, executive orders, and legislation. We assist the city identify and pursue community project funding, also known as earmarks. And I will note that the city has been successful in securing earmarks through this process over the years. We note that Congressman Garamendi has requested funding in the coming fiscal year 2027 cycle for the Vallejo waterfront restoration and for the police department's youth safety leadership program. We also provide weekly updates regarding grant opportunities and assist the city with getting letters of support from members of Congress. Among the issues that we are following, in addition to fiscal year 2027 appropriations, are the Trump administration's recent release of its Maritime Action Plan, the House and Senate's competing legislation to promote more low-income housing. The current transportation law is also set to expire on September 30th, and we have been monitoring developments in that regard, and we expect to see House and Senate transportation bills sometime this year. As we approach the midterm elections, the likelihood of bipartisan legislation diminishes, and the chance of Congress being forced to pass a short-term extension of funding laws as well as a short-term extension of transportation laws increases. So we're monitoring that carefully, and we're also monitoring the more stringent certification requirements the Trump administration is imposing on grant recipients, including cities, regarding DEI and immigration laws. So as we see developments with the White House, federal agencies, and Congress, we bring them to the city's attention. We're going to continue to do that and make recommendations on how the city can respond. We look forward to continuing to work on behalf of the city, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Mary, I'll invite you to provide an overview of your work supporting Vallejo's public safety priorities.
Great. Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mary Bergstrom, and thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly about Capital Advocacy Partners' work with the Vallejo Police Department. Since 2021, CAP has helped VPD secure over $13 million in federal and state grants and community project funding. That represents a return on investment of over 1,500%, meaning for every dollar invested in federal advocacy services, Vallejo has brought back roughly $16 to $17 in outside funding. In 2025 alone, CAP wrote 5 competitive grants for VPD, 4 of which have been awarded, and 1 is still pending for $2 million, but the awarded grants total $4.8 million. Key initiatives that CAP has developed and supported alongside VPD include establishing and sustaining iHeart, developing and funding VPD's Community Violence Intervention Framework, which has evolved into the citywide Vallejo Vision priority, assisting VPD in securing acceptance into the National Public Safety Partnership, a competitive DOJ-supported partnership providing strategic federal resources and technical assistance, securing funding for officer mental health and wellness, and since 2021, VPD has received community project funding every year for which they've applied. FY22, FY23, FY25, which turned into FY26, and then their most recent project we worked on together, FY27, has been submitted by Congressman Garamendi. These investments support officer recruitment and retention, technology upgrades, investigative capacity, victim services, and community-based violence reduction efforts, all without increasing pressure on the general fund. And we are seeing measurable impact. From 2024 to 2025, murders have decreased by 32%, shootings are down by 25%, burglaries dropped by 12%, and larceny is down 26%. CAP helps build programs. We write winning applications, and we help manage the grant for successful implementation. Our long-term federal funding strategy includes identifying competitive opportunities months in advance, helping design fundable, evidence-based programs, managing the community project processes and helping with submission, troubleshooting compliance challenges, and engaging with federal offices to find out more about federal legislation and regulatory changes that could affect funding. VPD is no longer reacting to opportunities. They are strategically pursuing them. We also advocate directly for VPD in Washington and California, engaging with DOJ leadership, members of Congress, and other federal agencies to elevate Vallejo's priorities and strengthen its competitive position amid a quickly shifting federal landscape. On that landscape, earlier this year, President Trump signed a $1.2 trillion federal appropriations package into law. The Department of Justice is funded at approximately $37 billion for FY26, with strong funding levels for programs critical to VPD, including Burn JAG, things that coming out of the COPS office, Violence Against Women Act programs, and the Bureau of Justice Assistance. VPD's FY26 community project funding was included in the Commerce, Justice, and Science Bill that was just signed into law, and the FY27 appropriation cycle is progressing, and as mentioned earlier, we are excited to report that Congressman Garamendi has submitted VPD's Youth Public Safety Leadership and Explorer Infrastructure Initiative. This project, which CAP worked closely with VPD to develop, will expand and institutionalize its Explorer program as a youth crime prevention and public safety workforce pathway. It is designed to increase enrollment, provide uniforms and training equipment, fund participation in regional Explorer academies and competitions, support partial swarm program coordination staffing, and integrate family engagement and community outreach events. The federal environment is becoming more competitive and more compliance-driven. There are more applicants, increased documentation standards, and heightened federal review. That means successful agencies are not waiting for opportunities to appear. They are planning early, documenting impact clearly, and staying aligned with shifting federal priorities and requirements. CAP's role is to stay ahead of political and regulatory shifts through ongoing engagement, legislative tracking, and compliance support so VPD remains competitive and protected. In closing, federal advocacy is not just about securing dollars, it is about positioning VPD for long-term stability, strengthening public safety infrastructure, and ensuring local taxpayers are not carrying the full burden alone. Thank you for your time, and we appreciate the opportunity to continue supporting Vallejo's public safety priorities.
Thank you, Mary. Paul, I'll now turn it over to you to discuss your state-level advocacy efforts on behalf of the city.
Great. Thank you so much, Sydney, and good evening again, Mr. Mayor and Vice Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. My name is Paul Gonzalez. I'm with the lobbying firm Joey Gonzalez & Son. It is a pleasure to be with you this evening to provide you with some background on our firm and the services that we provide to your city. Our firm was founded in 1975 by my grandfather, Joe Gonzalez, who served 12 years in the State Assembly from 1962 to 1974. Prior to his time in the legislature, my grandfather served as a city council member in the city of Dairy Valley, which is now known as the city of Cerritos, including 2 years as mayor. Our firm is a nonpartisan family firm that is made up of my father, Anthony, my brother, Jason, myself, and our two fantastic office assistants. My father, Anthony, started working in the firm in 1977 and has spent the last 49 years walking the halls of the Capitol, advocating for our clients. In 1998, my brother Jason joined the firm, giving our firm the proud distinction of being the first 3 generations family lobbying firm in California. I started working in the firm in 2004 after working in the state capitol as a legislative aide to then Assembly Member Rudy Bermudez. So our firm has had the honor of representing your city since 2007. We were originally brought on to assist the city with a bill that Senator Parada ran on the last night of session. And that bill allowed the state to take over ferry services from Vallejo and provided no process for the city to receive any type of fair and equitable compensation for the assets taken from the city under that legislation. So the following year, we worked closely with then Assemblymember Pat Wiggins, who introduced a bill that provided a transition plan for WETA and created a process for the city to receive compensation for your assets such as the ferry boats. And this was a big deal for the city at the time, especially as you were facing a $16 million budget deficit and on the the verge of bankruptcy. And so, in fact, because of the bankruptcy and the fiscal challenges facing the city, we represented your city pro bono for 10 years, from 2013 to 2023, to try and help you guys through the difficult times. It was in 2023 when we were at a League of California Cities conference and we're visiting with your management team, when the city decided to reinstate our retainer so we could become more active for the city. So our firm provides a suite of services to the city in order to represent your interests before the legislature, the administration, and state regulatory agencies. Our firm reads and monitors every bill that is introduced by the legislature. This year alone, there was just shy of 1,900 bills introduced. We also read every amendment to those bills. Our firm then will notify your management team of any bill we think may be of interest to the city. And then when your city takes a position on the bill, we follow it through every step of the process, ensuring the city's position is known and ultimately supported. We testify in each committee. We meet with your legislators, the committee consultants, the governor's office, and each member of the committee prior to the bill being heard to ensure they're aware of your position. We're also very much engaged in the budget process and keep your management team apprised of any possible state budget impacts. We help identify potential grant funding that the city may apply for, and we work closely with your management team to submit the city's priority projects through your legislators for funding in the budget. At the federal level, these are called earmarks. Here at the state level, we call them members' request. In fact, in 2024, our office was able to help secure $1.5 million through a member's request in the budget to fund the Vallejo Marina Seawall Rehabilitation Project. Last year, we submitted 3 projects to your legislators for members' request. However, members' requests were not funded in last year's budget due to the large budget deficit that the state was facing. However, this year, we've been working closely with your management team to identify projects to submit for this year's budget, and we're hopeful there will be funding available as state revenues are doing much better. But we're looking for a little more consistency out of those projections as the months continue on. During the legislative session and budget cycle, we provide the city with a weekly report on all actions taken on bills of interest to the city. We coordinate closely with your management team to align our strategies with the city's priorities at the direction of the council. And this is where your legislative platform becomes critical and provides us with direction when advocating on your behalf. We also facilitate meetings between city officials and state policymakers to strengthen those relationships and really to elevate the city's visibility at the Capitol. Our firm also provides strategic guidance on regulatory administrative matters. As you know, many policies that affect cities are implemented through state agencies. We assist the city in navigating those rulemaking processes, whether it's HCD, Caltrans, or any other state agency. We work extremely well with all of them. So I think I'll stop there, Mr. Vice Mayor and Council, and open up for any questions. But first, I would like to thank you and the entire City Council again for the trust you put into our firm. It is one that is not lost on us, and we truly appreciate the opportunity to represent your city. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank your city manager and the entire city management team for the ongoing guidance they provide us, as their input and direction and communication is what allows us to be successful on your behalf in Sacramento. So thank you again for the opportunity, and we look forward to sharing in many successes together.
Thank you, Paul. And thank you to all of our advocacy partners. We appreciate you all's patience tonight. So now that you've heard who represents the city and how they operate, I want to take a few minutes to walk through how the legislative platform itself developed, because, as Paul mentioned, the framework is what guides all of this work. The platform, provided as an attachment to this item, evolved over several years. Back in 2016, Council asked staff to create a more structured way to track legislation and bring forward positions. The goal was to stay engaged in Sacramento and Washington, D.C., while keeping Council firmly in control of policy direction. In 2017, staff proposed a formal structure, a support, oppose, or monitor framework organized by priority categories. There was thoughtful discussion about timing, tracking capacity, and how to remain nimble enough to pursue funding opportunities. While it wasn't formally adopted at that point, that conversation is what shaped what came next. So between 2018 and 2019, staff began applying that framework in practice. We coordinated with legislators, lobbyists, and statewide associations, essentially testing the model in real time. Then in February of 2019, council formally adopted the city's legislative priorities and advocacy procedures. That was the first official codification of categories and authority. Most recently, in May of 2023, council reaffirmed and updated the platform to ensure it reflected current priorities and emerging issues. So what you see today is a product of several years of refinement, a structure designed to balance efficiency with council oversight. So building on that history, this slide shows how the platform functions day to day. At its core, the platform provides guide rails. First, we continuously monitor legislation and funding opportunities at both the state and federal levels in coordination with our advocacy firms and relevant departments. When something surfaces, whether it's a bill, budget proposal, or grant opportunity, we evaluate it against categories council has already approved. If it clearly aligns with those adopted priorities, the city manager can respond on the city's behalf, typically through letters of support or opposition, or by engaging directly with legislative offices. If it falls outside of those parameters or raises a new policy issue, it comes back to council for direction. We also provide updates and maintain transparency so council and the public understand what positions are being taken. In practical terms, this process allows Vallejo to move quickly when timing matters, particularly with competitive funding opportunities, while ensuring that policy authority remains with this body. It is meant to be efficient, not automatic, structured, but still accountable. So that concludes the overview of the city's legislative advocacy services and legislative platform. We hope this session has provided useful insight into how the advocacy firms work with the city and staff to advance council priorities. Again, today's overview is intended to inform council's consideration of whether to schedule a future agenda item or special session to review and update the platform for 2026. We welcome your feedback, and we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney, and thank you to all the consultants online for sharing their presentations. Opening the floor to council. Does anybody have any questions? I see Councilmember Brugenzer.
Yes, and thank you for the presentations, and I'm not sure, I guess I'll direct it to all three of our representatives. You know, the city of Vallejo is facing obviously some heavy budget issues, and one of our number one priorities has always been public safety. We have a public safety building that is part of actually some of the recommendations from Cal DOJ for part of the settlement agreement and to build a new police headquarters. And I'm wondering if there are federal funds or programs available to help supplement some of the costs of building such a structure, because it is a huge undertaking for a city the size of Vallejo to build the new headquarters. And so any kind of federal or state relief or support that we could get would be really helpful.
Thank you for that.
Do you know of any programs offhand, or is there?
Sure, I can jump in. That's definitely, I've talked to Chief Ta about, I know that that's been a long, ongoing conversation about the new police station. And so we have had some conversations every year when we have our, kind of annual check-in about community project funding. That is kind of one of the first conversations we have. I think it sounds like there's been a lot of planning stages, so he was not, we weren't at that stage this year to apply for community project funding there, but that is a good source of funding. There are potentially federal grant funds, but unfortunately, there's no build a police station grant.
Sure.
But there are opportunities that could help offset some of those costs. Construction grants are trickier when we're looking at federal funding opportunities, but they are there. So that is absolutely something we can work with the city and Chief Ta on to identify.
Great, because I believe we're at 100% design of our headquarters. Is that correct?
Yep.
So if we're ready to start moving on that, we would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just, I'm sorry. I was going to add that I agree with Mary that it's challenging to get funding for construction, but there is it's going to sound unusual, but the HUD has an economic development initiative category for community projects, which has become a catch-all for construction projects, a lot of different types of construction projects that you wouldn't normally think would fall under that category. So that's something to think about, is whether or not we could apply next year for funding under that category.
And just quickly from the state level, very similar to the federal level, there is no single source of grant funds that allow for the building of police departments, but it's something that we are actively looking for. It's something that we've had conversations with your management team about. I think we've even looked at ways of being creative to see if there's going to be any type of solar, if we can get some solar grants to offset some of the costs. So trying to be creative with ways to offset those costs, as Mary and Susan said, is kind of key in this world right now. But unfortunately, at the state level, with the state having their own fiscal challenges that they're facing, there's just not a lot of grant programs out there, especially focused on building police stations, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Letajou, online.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. So I'd like to know, as we talk about ongoing challenges that occur, and particularly at our federal level. I'll give you an example. When we were dealing with the CalFresh issue, and while we're not at county level, still as a reminder, 1 in 3 residents in Solano County receive some type of subsidy. And so your awareness about our community, the communities we serve, and the impacts of lack of federal dollars, how are you responding for the city of Vallejo, really helping us to understand how we can enter into those spaces, whether it's a county responsibility or not? The fact of the matter is, constituents look at their local level. They don't look at the next level up, and how we can be responsive as this landscape changes. What are those conversations that you're having, and how are you really sharing that information with our staff that helps us as a council make decisions and determine how we can continuously evolve in those spaces and help meet needs? You know, in CalFresh, that whole issue is a prime example where our county really didn't have the funding, but that doesn't negate the fact that people still need resources. And how do we work on these things as this federal landscape changes? And I'm going to also ask, you know, when we look at housing, we know that HUD is shifting. There's something happening every day, it seems like, with HUD. And so when we talk about affordable housing, when we talk about our housing authorities, we talk about our COC, what advice and how are you keeping, while we know we're at the county level, but it still trickles down to the city level, how we should be engaging and thinking about how to maximize any resources that help us in all of these humanistic areas of services needed for our constituents.
Susan, you're muted.
I'm sorry, Susan, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you.
Apologize. So we're having regular meetings with the city manager and staff to understand what the issues are. We're also following the issues of what's going on in Washington, and as you're well aware, there's some challenging issues, and so we are trying to make you aware of developments as they occur, which are also potential opportunities for you to take advantage of funding opportunities or of changes in the way funding is being distributed. You know, for example, there were some changes made to the Continuum of Care funding program from HUD, and then they changed again, and so we try to bring developments to your attention as or to the city manager and staff's attention as they're occurring. We're also happy, though, moving forward to get additional direction, on issues that you want us to focus on, and so that we can be more aware of those issues as they come up. But we are trying to, as we see issues that are important to the city, to bring them to the attention of the city manager and staff, so that that you're aware of what is going on. And like I said, we're in challenging times, so it can be difficult to influence some of those issues because you have some very definitive ideas, as you know, about how things should be done, including the SNAP program. And so that's challenging. So then I think the best strategy is to try to make the most of the situation, or to try to take advantage of all the funding opportunities, or potentially to have a narrative that can more closely align or be appealing to this administration in terms of what your stories are, of how the types of programs that you are putting forth that may be of interest to this administration. And I think that's been a strategy that's worked with some other clients. So happy to have additional discussions about that as well.
Thank you. And so my additional question is, as we're talking about your contracts, what metrics should the council use to evaluate your performance? And how do you track funding secured, legislation influenced, meetings held, policy changes achieved? And how should that information be shared with the council, whether it's every 2 months, on a quarterly basis? It really just depends on, again, I think our federal administration at this moment in time is very volatile. So I think it's extremely important from a policy making perspective of how we're engaging and how we're getting information about the various opportunities that are available, as well as those that you have been able to secure or even have conversations around. Because even you may not be successful in a particular area, but to also understand, here are the conversations that we're having on these topics at a very broad level. Here's the why and the impact.
Sure. Well, and Mary, I think, did a great job of explaining, some of the funding that she had worked on. We have a kind of a broader mandate, although we've been involved in advising on the appropriations, and I'll mention, the Mare Island project, which Congressman Garamendi also put forth. So I think you can measure us in terms of success on the appropriations process. Although I will say that, and I think you alluded to this, which is you can be very much engaged, but not be successful because of the political climate, right? So I think you can that you can judge us by how responsive we are to the city manager and the staff, and what information we bring to your attention, and how we engage, and in terms of issues that are important to you. I think those are all fair metrics.
For Capital Advocacy Partners, we provide VPD with monthly activity reports on the first of every month, which highlights all the activities that we had performed, broken out by project, and then we do a year-end report. So we have our metrics, including how many meetings met, funding secured, troubleshooting, all of it. So congressional district, we break it down by level. So we would be happy to share some of those reports with the council. We also have we meet with VPD a lot, but we do have a formal monthly meeting that actually does include Sydney, as well as other representatives from the city, so that we can go over kind of our grant chart, and we give status updates on what funding has been secured, what is still pending, and other metrics and project status, as well as kind of our advocacy efforts. So the monthly reports and yearly reports, we would be happy to share that with the council.
Yeah, and for us at the state level, we have about 1 or 2 monthly meetings with Sydney and the city management team to provide them with updates on where we're at and what we're doing. We provide the city manager and his team with weekly reports. Every week there you will get, at the end of the week, a report that summarizes each bill that you've taken a position on, the action that's been taken on those bills, and where they're in the process. And we also provide the city and the city manager with timely updates on issues. So going back to my example of when Weto was taken from the city, when the ferry boats were taken, we were, that was something that happened on the very last night of session. It's what we call a midnight rider. And those are the types of issues where we'll pick up the phone, we'll send a text, I'll call Sydney or the city manager and get in touch with you right away. We try to be very transparent and prompt on all of the issues going on in Sacramento. And we're more than happy to come and give the council a presentation, either written or verbally, like the format we're in now, as often as you'd like. Communication is key. It is really what allows us to be successful in Sacramento. And I think as far as performance goes, we stand by everything that we do. Our contracts contain a 30-day cancellation clause. Because if you're not happy with our services and you don't feel like we're providing for you, then we don't want you to feel like you're stuck in a contract. We care very much about the city. I work for a family firm. When the city has become a part of our family clients. When you guys were going through hard times during bankruptcy, we wanted to stand by your side because we believe in the city, we believe in the great things you're doing, and we want to be a helpful resource. So I think our actions and our deliverables are something you can judge us on.
Okay. But yes, for me, it's important that you're able to also understand what are the priorities of council, and you're not just taking direction from staff. This is our first time. I've been seated just a little over a year that I've had an opportunity to hear from you. And in particularly during these times, the volatility that we're experiencing in our federal government, it is extremely important as a policymaker that we have a regular cadence to hear from you, to understand your work, how you've been advising, and to ensure that you also understand what's important to us as a council body, whether it's individually or collectively. I think that's a very important part of this process. And so again, I thank you for your time, and I thank you for the representation that you have provided to the council. And I have one more question, not to all of you, but to the city manager. I found it very interesting, the chart that Sydney provided, which went from, I think, 2016 to 2023, outlining what the processes have been. Yet it is now 2026, and we've missed 2 years, and we've really missed seeing what that process looks like. And so I'd like to say to the city manager, how are you going to ensure that this council is engaged in a manner that is meaningful around this work done on behalf of the city, and ensuring that as policymakers, we do understand what's before us and how advocacy is happening at the federal and state level in the different areas that are very important to the city.
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Ledeju. So one of the purposes of tonight's presentation is to get direction from the City Council on what process it would like to follow to update the legislative platform. So we're hoping that before Council is done with this item tonight, you will provide direction to staff. Previously, a suggestion had been made that there be a special City Council meeting that focused specifically on the legislative platform. As you saw in the packet, it's pretty dense. There are a lot of different items, major categories of city interest, as well as specific direction. So we would love to get council's thoughts on how you would like to have a dialogue and get community input to update the legislative platform.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brigenzer?
Yes, sorry, I forgot to ask one of the questions. Correct me if I'm wrong, but when I was reading through the packet, it shows that 2 of these contracts are expired. Is that true that they're expired? Or?
Ooh, this item was scheduled to go last year, so the contracts have since been extended.
They've been extended. Okay.
We're supposed to send one of the contracts. I believe it was Gonzalez that was emailed.
So that will be coming to us. I just want to make sure that these folks aren't working for us, and we're going to have to catch up on bills that we don't have a contract in place for, and we don't have approval financially for you to be spending money. So
No, sir. We don't believe in free labor, and I wouldn't do that to the city.
okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Matias?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you, city staff, and much gratitude to all the folks on the phone, just sharing out an overview of their services. I have a series of questions for you guys, and again, this is, I'm sure, the first of many discussions, so just generally want to get your perspective. The first question is, I am sure you guys operate in other jurisdictions, not just in Vallejo, California. So my first question to the three of you is, what level of coordination do you have in other jurisdictions that you know works, interacting or liaising with like a school district, wastewater district? How often is that happening, or is that actually being managed through the city's like city manager's office? Just curious from y'all's perspective.
From my perspective, for my clients, if I represent the city, then the city is coordinating those interactions. I'm typically not, unless the city is telling me to do that, but typically I would work with whoever the contact is in the the city manager or the mayor, depending if it's a strong mayor or a city manager, through their staff, and then they're then coordinating and getting the different departments involved. So it's actually the way you do it is pretty similar to the way I'm used to working.
Okay. And then the next, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. So we do work with other jurisdictions, and we work with cities, not just police departments. So when we do work with an entire city, we do work with all departments, including and then regularly engaging with the city manager. And we do attend city council meetings pretty regularly in those jurisdictions. We also coordinate amongst partners of our clients. So we do a lot of the partner coordination for programming and funding opportunities. So kind of working towards building a coalition. We do work with the school districts in the city jurisdictions that we work with. And we also have worked solely with some school districts as well as clients.
And for us at the state level, we actually represent just under 60 cities throughout the state. So we work very closely with local governments all up and down California. That allows us to cast a wide net when we're working on issues. All of our clients are like Vallejo, small, medium-sized cities. We don't represent the large, big cities because we fiscally don't see eye to eye with them. They rely on property tax. We rely on sales tax. But that allows us to expand our net by having a city in Los Angeles County that is having the same issue that the city of Vallejo is. And now we can start picking up members from Los Angeles County to support our efforts as well. We do represent 3 other cities in Solano County. We represent Fairfield, Suisun City, and Vacaville. So we work very closely with them in coordination for regional approaches, as well as the Vallejo Flood and Wastewater District, who is also a client. And we work closely with them and the city trying to find coordination there as well. So something we definitely embrace and something that's definitely a part of the strategy as we move forward.
And then a quick follow-up to the three of you. The last time I think one of y'all's contracts came up for renewal, part of the direction was to have you attend our goal setting session whenever we have it this year. So again, as someone who's just coming in new into this process, is that something you guys usually do with other jurisdictions? Is there some format? Because I do agree with Councilmember Lettigiou that in addition to kind of the regular ongoing reporting and collaboration that you have with city management teams, I think it's also important for you guys to listen to the conversations we're having at the council level so that way your efforts are aligned with our policy priorities. So just want to get sort of y'all's confirmation that is something you are agreeing to participate in.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. And then last question I have, how have each of you supported economic development in the past couple of years? It's open-ended. There's no right or wrong answer. I'm just curious.
Again, I think we really take our direction from the city, right? When the city manager or staff tells us about different issues or goals they have, whether it's redeveloping Mare Island or a project like that, then we would strategize about different funding opportunities to address the economic development. So we've been involved in those types of discussions. Specifically, I would say around Mare Island has been one area that we've worked in.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add on to what Susan said, we take the same approach. We work closely with your legislators, which I think Assemblymember Wilson and Senator Cabaldon are both great advocates at the state level for local governments. So we work very closely with them through the budget, through GoBiz, through the administration to try and find any type of economic opportunities there are out there. Again, it goes back to the conversation we were having earlier. The state doesn't have a lot of opportunities for economic development at this point, but it's always something that we're looking for and pressing for and working with your legislators closely on.
Thank you.
Yep. And I'll just chime in. Yeah, economic development, it's about bringing dollars to impact improvements and services. And even from the public safety lens, we're doing that. We flag a broad range of funding opportunities that can impact, down to just individual community members that then benefits Vallejo's economic development. So there's not just one particular topic, even when we're working directly with public safety.
We lost you for a second on screen.
Oh. Can you see me?
Yeah, okay, we're back.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, and then just the last comment I have. You guys are looking for direction this evening. I reviewed the document that was developed, the process that was undertaken, and I would just say I find that document, it covers generally all the buckets, but it's like so broad that I feel like this team needs to have probably an additional level of specificity that's directly tied to our goal setting process every year, whether that's on an annual basis or over a 2-year period, because I know some cities do it over a 2-year period. So I would want to revisit that document, maybe have you guys dig in on the staff side and streamline it a bit so that it's more directly tied to what we're focused on in a moment in time. Because when I was reading through it, I was like, yeah, I would expect any lobbyist to be doing these 47 different things. And yet, specifically for the city of Vallejo right now, we have these core areas that we need to focus on. And that really should be the attention that this team should be, putting their energies towards. So I would be in favor of just going through that exercise, and I look forward to continuing the conversation with the group at goal setting.
Thank you for that. And then Councilmember Gordon.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so very much for being here. I appreciate your presentation. I also appreciate the testimony, how you all were established. I can hear so much heart, and I definitely appreciate that. I am one of the newly elected as of last year. I represent District 6. Unfortunately, it is better known to be an underserved community. So I have a series of questions as well. And I'm just going to read them off, and whoever wants to chime in, you can do it that way. So you might want to get ready to write. My first one was, I heard something about transportation and the concerns of it being issued around September 26th. Housing, I was concerned because we have so many issues here in Vallejo regarding keeping our individuals housed, and also our homeless friends with resources and financial needs. My other concern is boots on the ground. There's many people who represent locations but have not been involved in the city where they can see each district. As you know, as of 2020, we just became a district-wide city where at first we was at large. And when we had Caltrans come, for example, they were able to see personally issues that were going on within my districts where they didn't see that at first, and they're now revisiting their design because our city manager helped support us having a foot on the ground, and now our district is getting more services where at first it was not going to be considered, because each city has their own a la carte needs. So it's not really fair to compare unless you've actually been here and come, more regularly. For regarding my colleague mentioned about economic development, I do appreciate the conversation about Mare Island, but we have more than Mare Island that are in need of some type of funding. Inland of Vallejo needs a lot of service as well. My last one is regarding, no, one more, I have two more, sorry. A couple years back in 2018, maybe it was you, Mary, that helped Vallejo PD get funding that helped fund our late night basketball for our youth. And we certainly appreciate that because it did serve the purpose of keeping our young youth out of trouble. And as you know, we do not charge for that. And I reinstated that as of last year. And although our city helped us, everyone pulled in together and helped us with funding, we would definitely like to see some of that funding get a line item for now on, because it had stopped because of lack of funding. And our youth challenged us. So I hope that we can consider that again. And then I definitely would appreciate an open session, special session, because I don't want to sit here in vain, and I don't want to pretend like I know your job, but I definitely want to be educated so you can better help us as policymakers solidify more lock contract opportunities so that we cannot have to worry about anything if we are in need. If we have something in writing, Grandma used to say if it didn't get written, it didn't happen. But if we have something locked, then we can always go back to that. Because right now our challenges are unhoused individuals, and I'm always hearing, oh, well, if you would have had this, or if you would have had that, we could have done something. Like the last person who did a development, if you would have had this incorporated, we could have been held accountable to that. So I would like to be clearly educated on that. I know a lot, trust me, but I don't get to make all the rules. So if I could, who would say where we'd be today, right? And my last thing is, please do not be offended with this. It wouldn't be Helen Marie, a.k.a. Cookie Gordon, if I wasn't transparent. When I see a contract, I look for solutions, right? Otherwise, I can get bad news on my own for free, right? I depend on you to help me look for avenues. I depend on you to help us find those dollars. And if it's under a rock, let's find it. But if, most importantly, I'm willing to be part of the solution. For example, when we started late night basketball, we were told, everyone said we had no money. But we did find money. We found only $40,000 within 3 months. So if you could help me, help our people of Vallejo, we can do that. Vallejo could be leveled up with this many of support to help our staff to better help us. I would truly appreciate that. Thank you so very much for your wonderful presentation, and I hope you're proud of the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gordon. That was Cap that you worked with on the late night basketball in 2018. Cap did have a previous contract with VPD back between 2015 and 2019, and there were two Cal VIP grants that were awarded. And so that is an initiative that we absolutely are very proud of, and we are working to expand our partnerships with VPD and organizations like PAL to continue initiatives like that and to continue to support late night basketball. So thank you for acknowledging that program. I'm glad to hear that the city you have found a lot of support for that program. As far as boots on the ground, I do want to just say that CAP really values our time when we are in Vallejo. I personally am there at minimum 4 to 5 times per year and spend a significant amount of time in Vallejo. So I really do appreciate being there and seeing the different neighborhoods. Though we work a lot with VPD, there are so many community members that we get to engage with and community-based organizations that work on a wide variety of programming So it's really important that we get out there and see some of the programs that are taking place through VPD's partners. So, for example, we value our partnerships with organizations like On the Move that provides basic needs and transitional housing support for transitional aged youth. We work with Fighting Back Partnership, Broken by Violence, Loving Kids. So we go around to not just VPD, but to the organizations that are doing the work through the support of the police department. So I really agree with you that being there in person, seeing and meeting the people of Vallejo only makes our work that much more meaningful. As far as services that we could expand upon when we're looking at housing, we have worked in other jurisdictions to help them develop, design, and fund their navigation centers, which have gone on to become very successful. And so we do work on a fair amount of housing projects in other jurisdictions. And so, happy to talk further with you all in subsequent meetings. But again, just thank you, for your time and for, the late night basketball. That was something that our founder was very proud of. So.
Yeah, and I will say there were a lot of really important issues that you raised, council member, and I appreciate it. And with regard to transportation, which is something I'm very familiar with, like I said, we're watching that very closely because the current law, which a lot of the money goes to the state, to California Department of Transportation, which then distributes the money locally, although some of the money does get subdivided to Solano County and then finds its way to Vallejo. Whether or not that law gets passed this year, we're expecting at least it would be extended. And sometimes it takes a couple tries, but we're definitely monitoring that closely. And then once that law does pass, we'll definitely be making you aware of what opportunities for funding that Vallejo can take advantage of regarding transportation. And then also, like I said, we're watching the housing. There was a lot of optimism, and now I'm going to sound negative, but there was a lot of optimism around a housing bill passing Congress. A bill passed the House, a bill passed the Senate, and now they're going to be conferencing the two bills. So we're hopeful that there could be a housing bill that could have some opportunities and including some grant programs. But right now we're just watching that to see if it happens. But if the housing bill passes, we will definitely be making you aware of opportunities there. Excuse me. Thank you.
And Councilmember Gordon, just from the state level, we're constantly looking for any type of funding, whether it's transportation or housing or homelessness, public safety, anything that we can get our hands on to help the city with your needs. We work very closely with STA, the State Transportation Agency, and Caltrans. A lot of times it's federal funds being siphoned down to the state level where we're trying to help free up those dollars and get them out the door. When we're talking about housing, we were just having a conversation with your management team today about the city getting a pro-housing designation and what we need to do to try and become a pro-housing designated city, which would allow the city to be top priority when it comes to grant funding. It would literally move your application to the top because there are very few pro-housing designated cities in the state. So constantly looking for different avenues to be able to get funding and elevate the city's presence and opportunities for that funding. When you talk about boots on the ground, I think there's nothing more important than seeing the city in person. We've had the pleasure of representing the city for many years. I've been out to the city numerous times. In fact, I was there for the last council meeting, and I apologize for not being there today. It's spring break. Legislature is gone and we're on a family vacation. So happy to be able to join you by Zoom tonight. But I do enjoy coming to the city, and I think boots on the ground is very important. And I think with elevating your presence in Sacramento, I think that helps elevate the opportunities for your legislators and their staff to be able to come to Vallejo and develop those relationships and continue to work closely with the city hand in glove to be able to meet the needs of the city. So we look forward to working with you closely on this. I think the legislative platform is something that helps guide us. It is a very good form of communication. And I think that, you know, in the state, we have a constitutional law that says each bill has to be in print for 72 hours. So that means a bill can be introduced and within 3 days it can be voted on and sent to the governor and signed. 3 days doesn't give the city enough time to be able to take action. The guiding principles that this develops, this legislative platform develops, will allow the city to have the ability to move quickly, especially on issues that are direly important to the city.
Thank you very much to all of you for answering the questions. I appreciate you. And again, I look forward to working with you. You can get my information from our city manager. And I'm just proud of every last one of you representing our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have a couple of quick questions and a couple of comments here. So there were, and thank you, Mary, for your very much detailed description of the federal support you've been providing for our VPD. And speaking of public safety in general, and this goes to each of you, has there been any discussion or conversations or efforts put into not just for VPD but also the fire department from a federal level? Because I know similar to the retention and retaining program and for hiring for VPD, I know fire department has that same similar efforts. And so has there been any efforts from a state and federal level for the other half of our public safety from that standpoint?
I'll kick off. Or go ahead, Mary, please.
Well, so we do work mainly with, as far as our contract goes, we are working directly with VPD. We do work with other jurisdictions, with fire departments as well, and then that does typically fall under the city. But we have included fire in some of VPD's initiatives. We do work, like I said, we work in other jurisdictions. We've applied for SAFER grants and AFG, but right now our contract does funnel through VPD. So if we're engaging with fire, we did include dispatch on some of the iHeart funding opportunities. We provided training to make sure that the dispatch team was aware of the protocols and how iHeart was going to be integrated into the city system. Again, fire was also part of that initiative. So, but that's, again, with VPD, we're...
Thank you for that clarification, Mary. Yeah. Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I was just to say we have not done very much with on the fire side of things. I absolutely welcome it. Sydney did a good job of preparing for this year of setting up a round of meetings for us to meet with all of your different all your different city departments to be able to go through each department and have half-hour to hour Zoom calls with them to go over what their needs are in particular. So we welcome the opportunity to do that, and any direction we get from the city council as your guys' priorities, we're happy to move forward with. And as the council member said, we have our heart in this. We love the city, and we want to do everything we can to help you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I will second what Paul said, which is we have not, we have met with the fire department in the past, but there are not any recent issues that we have been following, but we are happy to engage on those issues.
Appreciate that insight, and I think that goes to the larger conversation that we already started between Councilmember Vallejo and Councilmember Matias of being a little bit more Vallejo specific in some of our needs and the issues that we may have here and right now, because I think we put a lot of focus this past year on public safety, primarily on the VPD side, and so we want to have that equitably across the board here. But also, with that being said, I think there's other issues, and I think this year our primary focus again is going to be, just like everybody else, is economic development. So any efforts that from your groups that you can help us and support from that, because the conversation, a lot of it kind of focuses on potential grant funding out there, and I know Sydney's our sole grant person here. So I think this goes to the Councilmember Ledger's point of what is that, the cadence, what is that information transfer of what your organizations are working on and agencies are working on versus how is that aligning with some of our needs here, and how do we get that information? Because I can state for a fact that this council, specifically a lot of the individuals on here, we get our hands dirty from not just the local level, but we get involved in from the county, regional, and state, and even federal level. For example, Councilmember Letterju, she's on the League of California Cities on the HUD Policy Committee, and I'm on the Transportation, Communication, Public Works Policy Committee. So we have that those relationships and communications at that level, and we would love to get a better understanding of maybe collaborating on some of the efforts that you're working on, and see if that can tie to some of the things that we can bring down to the Vallejo specific issues that we're hoping to get addressed at our level.
Yeah, and I just want to follow up. I do know pre-2019, CAP did, as a courtesy, write a safer grant for fire. But since then, the engagement has been less. Again, our contract is with VPD, but happy to engage further and collaborate more with the city and however we can work together on that.
We have an active SAVE grant, Mary. Thank you.
Oh, great.
Thank you for that clarification. And that was all the comments that I had. Any other final comments? If none, are there any people in person or any anyone online wanting to speak on this item?
Through the mayor, we do have a council member Ledger with their hand raised, and then a member of the public also has their hand raised as well.
Yes, Councilmember Ledger.
So as it relates to all of our lobbyists, and this probably is more appropriate for the city manager, but just ensuring that we don't necessarily have overlap, and how each of these organizations are really coordinating. While I understand, Mary, you're working heavily with law enforcement, everyone has an area, but at the same time, how is that work coordinated overall? Because I think that's very important when we think about really maximizing our contracts with you, maximizing the interactions that we're having with our electeds on behalf of the city.
So I'll answer that question. Yeah, as Mary and Susan and Paul have described, their contracts have specific scopes, but they also have some specific area expertise that kind of cuts across multiple levels of government. So, I mean, the way it's really arranged is Paul and his firm are primarily responsible for state affairs, Susan for federal, and then Mary and Cap are public safety related. We have been talking internally and with each of them about whether there are ways to fine-tune those scopes to have more efficiencies. When there are issues that we're working on that cross levels of government, or for some other reason require the coordination of the firms, we've brought all the firms together to talk about how to collaborate and take a teamwork approach. So I think we've been pretty effective in that. But as has been expressed this evening, I think the council, and particularly in light of the challenging circumstances for cities at the federal level, I think there's more opportunity for and a greater imperative for us to become more engaged in legislative advocacy. So when we have an opportunity to talk with council about what that means, I think we'll also, that will kind of flow through to some different arrangements with our advocacy firms.
Thank you. And my final question is, with that in mind, the fact that you serve multiple cities within Solano County, including the Water District, again, that question around how do we think about this more of a one Solano approach where we're dealing with the same types of concerns and issues so that, again, we can maximize dollars, maximize the meetings that we're having with our electeds to ensure that holistically our county is getting what we need, and individually as a city, and that we as a city, as other cities are moving along with some of these same issues, we're not left behind. And that's to anyone that would like to answer.
I think your comments are very timely. Actually, again, I was talking to your management team this morning about the Vallejo closure and the Anheuser-Busch closure, and how we can take a regional approach to the state to try and get some type of relief for the local governments that are surrounding not just Benicia, but the communities that surround the areas. When we work together, we can do a whole lot more together and get a lot more out of it. So something that we're strategizing on currently, literally had the conversation about it this morning. So I think it's very timely, but you're right. Coordinating with your brothers and sisters in the county is going to be key in being successful and maximizing the opportunity we bring, not only to the county, but to the city as well.
Yes, I would really like to see, where possible, more regional approaches. If we think about where the federal government is, and even in 2 years, depending on how we transition, it's going to take another 5 to 10 years to find our footing. So how are we going to leverage and maximize every dollar that's possible from a regional perspective, so that, Vallejo, along with whomever else, that we're really not left behind? How do we together have a different level of our different type of approach in some of these instances to help us to be much more stable during these times and in the next 5 years to come? I think this is really important, how we truly strategize, looking at the very challenges that nationally we're all having: the unhoused, building affordable housing, transportation, law enforcement, safety, you name it. We're having all of these challenges. What are we going to do from a lobbyist perspective to maximize and minimize the impacts? So those are things that are very important to me as a policymaker.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in. So CAP's approach is just a little different. We strategically do not take clients that have competing priorities, and we purposefully do diversify our clients so that we're never competing with our own clients. And so with Vallejo, we are able to focus on bringing the dollars directly to Vallejo, and we work with a broad, even though we're able to kind of select our clients in that way. We have we work with other cities, and we touch everything: water, infrastructure, transport, public health. We have the experience. So being able to really hone in on what those priorities are and bring those dollars directly to Vallejo, that's our kind of our approach and our priority.
And I'll mention that we represent Solano Transportation Authority, and so we have, which is the way that I started working with the city, was through a couple of mayors ago. I got to know the mayors because of their involvement in the Solano Transportation Authority. They liked the work that we did, and so that's how the relationship got going. And so we do coordinate a lot on transportation issues between the city and STA.
I'll just add that I think it would be useful for our regional leaders to get together and identify some common priorities that we could then work on, coordinating our own advocacy firms around, deploying our own advocacy firms around. There are a lot of regional needs and resources that we could develop that would benefit all of us. There are some city-specific needs even within the county, so a lot of similarities, some differences, but I do think it would be great, and there are some regional planning efforts going on right now regarding land use that will have implication for things like transportation, safety, and other things that I think could be the starting point for some agreement on regional advocacy priorities. I think that would be useful, and then we could all use our different lobbying firms to be the foot soldiers of those initiatives, those advocacy initiatives.
And I just want to add, and then I'll go on mute. And when you talk about regional leaders, I believe that also begins at some of the meetings that you have as a city manager when you are with the county executive and your colleagues as well. So I think all of this can come together and with yourself as a city manager and working with the CE and your partners and the work that we do on our different boards and commissions, as well as the work that you're doing and how we give guidance and work through the many different layers that are important. And it really starts with effective communication and presentation and understanding what the goals are and where we are. And really, as Councilmember Matthias spoke about, how do we really look at this framework and determine what our roles are in the framework, and then moving that framework in a way that works for this council to do the work that's necessary from a policy perspective. So again, thank you to the staff presenting and to all of you presenting today.
Councilmember Gordon.
Last point, thank you so much. I am honored that I sit on STA Working Equity Group for about 8 years, and I appreciate the work and funds that you provide to them through there. And also too, I sit currently on SoTran board, and we appreciate whatever funds that are being allocated through there where our youth can ride for free. And then for the county and for any particular opportunity for reduced fees, because it does help with our community, whether it's taxi reduction, any type of service that can be a relief to our community. We appreciate all that funding. And my logo and my campaign, going to what my colleague pointed out about working together, as was stated from the state level through Paul. Yeah, I agree. Stronger together. We all work together, we get more done. And we know there's a lot happening, but if we start within our city and just take care wherever we can, we may not feel the whole butt of what's actually going with our current administration. So I thank you so much for being here. But I just want to say one more time, thank you.
One last question for Manny, if there are any other commenters online.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Currently, the speaker that had their hand raised has lowered their hand. I don't know if the speaker would like to raise it. Oh, there we go. Melvin Cowan, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm not able to see the timer on my end. Is it 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
We've got it at 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Just let me know. And so, good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. I'm Melvin Cowan, Vallejo resident. I appreciate tonight's presentation from staff and the consultants. Cities across California are operating with a shared understanding that we must increase housing production while also responding to homelessness, environmental pressures, and community health needs. And state policy is moving in that direction as well. The expectation is that local governments will align housing production with responsible planning, regional coordination, and long-term stabilization strategies. And in Vallejo, the recent Housing Element Annual Progress Report provides one signal worth noting. The report indicates that there have not yet been any development applications submitted under SB 423, and that's the state's housing streamlining framework designed to help accelerate affordable housing development. And by itself, that may simply reflect timing, but when we consider the broader context, increasing state enforcement around housing law compliance, and the creation of tools meant to support faster housing production, it raises a practical question. If a streamlining pathway exists but is not yet being used locally, it may suggest a gap between the policy tools the state has created and how development processes are functioning on the ground. And the critical issue isn't the law itself, but whether Vallejo's local planning environment is positioned to effectively make use of the housing tools that now exist. And at the same time, housing streamlining policies like SB 423 intersect with another responsibility, protecting cultural resources and ensuring meaningful tribal consultation. Tribal leadership across the state has emphasized the importance of early engagement during project planning so that culturally significant sites and environmentally sensitive areas can be identified before development plans are finalized. Several cities have begun addressing this by establishing consultation frameworks or cultural sensitivity mapping that allows development to proceed while maintaining respect for tribal sovereignty and environmental stewardship. And so, as Vallejo considers updates to its legislative priorities, there's an opportunity to support housing production while also strengthening prevention and stabilization strategies and ensuring that consultation and environmental protections remain integrated into the planning process. And so these connections matter because they shape how housing policy actually functions at the local level and how effectively cities can respond to both state expectations and community conditions. And I really want to thank you for taking the time to consider these connections as you review Vallejo's legislative priorities. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If there's no other further speakers, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment section and return it back to our council for any motion at this point.
I don't think we have motions. I think it's just providing direction to the city staff.
Yeah, and I didn't know from the conversation we have if anybody had any specificity further than what the discussion has been. So if none, then
So we're seeking direction for how the city council would like to consider, discuss, and provide direction on updating the legislative platform.
yes. Councilmember Gordon?
Yes, through the chair. Remember, my request was to have a special session for city council. Is that what you're asking? Just clarifying?
Sure, that would be fine direction.
Did you?
Councilmember Matias?
So just want to ask Councilwoman Gordon a clarifying question. So you would want to have a separate special meeting on this item to talk through the legislative priorities?
Yes, I believe that was what I heard them to say earlier as well. What that will look like and to break down exactly what they can offer us. And I think you invited that opportunity for our goal session. So that can be all included, but just want to have enough time to thoroughly understand policy making. How do we go about asking for something to be placed at a point, like you said, a 72-hour opportunity? How would that look if we want to say, hey, we want a resolution for this at the state level? We can see how we can do that to educate us more, because to this day I have not had that opportunity to learn how to properly do that. So any way they can offer their expertise, that would be great. Is that clear?
So I'm just kind of thinking about the sequencing here, and City Manager Murray would love for you to share some feedback with us, but would it be helpful to have these firms attend our goal setting, hear kind of where we aligned as a group, and then as a follow-up session, have us have a meeting where we sort of have those changes that come out of the goal setting session reflected in the priorities document, and then have them have those folks make themselves available to answer any questions we may have at that time?
Sure, I think that's sensible sequencing. We've discussed two different concepts. One is providing some priorities and guidance to our lobbyists on what proactive work to do. Mm-hmm. That's one thing that would be direction we'd like to get from the council. Yeah. There's a separate thing which is updates to that legislative platform. The idea behind the legislative platform is it provides guidelines on legislative priorities of the city so that city staff or the mayor can act independently representing the whole city when there's a short period of time to respond to a piece of legislation. So there are two different things that can all be handled in one session, but I think having them participate as they've committed to do and as you initially requested in goal setting, and then following up and fleshing out updates to the legislative platform is a very sensible sequence.
Councilmember Palmares?
Yeah, so I like, as a base, the goal setting, but I think going forward, it's on us individually to talk and have conversations with our partners here, kick the tires with any ideas you may have, see what's feasible, what's been done, what they're already doing, just so we're not being redundant, or we're not pursuing we're not going after windmills here. And then, I don't know if this is the right thing to do, but it seems the most sensible that if you have a really great idea that you want to change something in the legislative platform, bring that up in the referral, and then we'll vote on it. I mean, I don't know if this is the most expeditious way. If there's another way we could circumvent that, I'd be happy to hear it. But I mean, that just seems like we already have that vehicle for trying to prioritize things already. So, City Manager, I don't know if you want to comment on that. I mean, does that seem like a methodology?
The referral process is kind of a cumbersome one, as
Yeah.
we know. I think the way that most cities do it is they have a special meeting to review the legislative platform and just kind of hash out updates there. That's an opportunity for community input, and that's what I would recommend. I think it being informed by the goal-setting conversation makes sense. So in terms of the sequence of events, I think having them participate and observe goal setting, and then having it can be a portion of a meeting, but at least having a dedicated conversation where we go through and update the legislative platform is sensible.
Okay, and through the chair, just to be clear, this special meeting would be, what you're recommending is just once a year?
I mean, I think you can do it on a biennial basis. I think annual is probably more frequent than is needed. But I think it's now been a few years since the legislative platform has been revisited, so I think the timing's probably sensible to update it. That could happen any time of the year.
Yeah, sure. I think just the way the sands shift these days, I think annual will be prudent. And it'll be coming upon us. If you want to stay ahead of the game and talk to our partners and see what works, and then be ready for that special meeting. I think that's the most sensible way to do things.
Councilmember Bragenzer?
I agree with everything that's been said. For clarity, when you say that you want them to participate in goal setting, you want them to sit through the entire session of goal setting, because it's going to be goal setting and team building. So I'm wondering if maybe we want to have them ready to go, like we could dial into them on a Zoom call towards the end of the day and kind of give them feedback on what we talked about, versus having them sit all day, or do you want them to be there all day?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for them to sit in on team building.
I mean, I don't think all of us will even want to be there for 8 hours, let
No,
alone
no.
they want to sit through that.
It's
for 8
more like,
hours.
it's just the
Yeah.
conversations that lead into
Yeah,
what
we
we're
have to
going to
agree
align.
to keep a list of items that we want to talk to the legislators about, and then have that maybe at the end of the day. Does that seem more reasonable?
Yes, and I also think it's important for them to hear our perspectives and then how we get to the priorities that we're aligning around as a group. Because sometimes, like in isolation, you may hear economic development, but what does that really mean? Like Councilwoman Gordon talked about the fact that it's not just Mare Island, it's a more inclusive strategy we're trying to pursue here. So I think that those things are important for those folks to sit in on and then have that help inform their efforts.
Councilmember Ledesju?
Thank you. So I think one thing that I'd like to add is, at least for the last year and a half, what in a very concise, clear format list for council what has taken place, what's in process, and whatever the activity is in the disposition of that activity for the last year and a half. And it can be by subject matter, because I think that's very important. Because this is the first time that this has been brought to at least those of us who have been on for a little more than a year. And we have not had any real discussion, and just really what positions we've taken as a city. I think it's very important in the grounding of this work. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know when this occurred, but I did hear one of the individuals state that Sydney had set up a meeting with all the department heads to talk about specific goals, concerns, and I don't know when that took place, but what data was collected? Because from my perspective, that is staff direction. And so as we're talking about it, as we're looking at it, it's really important how we parse out where we will land in all of this work.
Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you so much. I want to make sure I be clear what my ask was. So I do appreciate the conversation of bi-yearly, because a lot is going on with our administration. What was working and moving forward 2 years ago is a challenge this year. I was thinking that they would watch our goal setting meeting and then have a special meeting with us afterwards and be able to help us in those areas, because I do agree with my colleague regarding Peter stating that we don't want them to sit in all day, but I do appreciate what my other colleague, Matthias, pointing out, that we want them to hear it from our point of view. I also would like to know through the city manager if he could have a list under our name of requests that we have for goal setting, so that it's not all over the place. It's under Councilwoman Gordon, this is what she asked for, and so forth and on, so that we can clearly see, like was pointed out earlier, what was already done and what needs to continue to be done, or however that may look. So that would help us be more organized, and also our team, so when they actually look over everything and they meet with us in that special session, they can be able to help guide us better and utilize their time wisely. That's what I was thinking, if that makes sense. Thank you. That was my request.
So just to kind of quickly recap of what I've generally heard through this, is that it sounds like we just need to get goal setting to get them aligned with what our goal, what our intentions are, what our needs are here in the city, and from that, then we can have a collaborative conversation with our consultants to align with what they're working on to move forward. Is that the general understanding of what we're, and I mean,
That's my interpretation, yes.
is that the understanding from the rest of my council members? So I think, do we need a formal motion, or do we need or is that enough direction to move forward with understanding that we're not doing anything until goal setting in the first place with our legislative platform?
But if you can put that in the form of a motion and we can vote on it, that would be great.
I did. I made that motion earlier.
Yep, that's fine. So we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
City Clerk, are you clear on what that motion is and for us to vote on?
Okay, why didn't you restate it?
Go ahead and restate your motion.
Okay, so my motion is that we do what my colleagues have asked, that we have our goal setting, and after our contractors will look at that and view it, and then we have a special session to go over that. Also in that, I'm asking that under each of our names that we have our goals written throughout the term that we requested, and what's completed or not completed is listed, and then they can be able to help guide us from there. Did I say that right? It sounded better earlier. I'm trying to incorporate everything I heard earlier. Can you please help me with that wording?
So I think that's all fine. I'm a little confused by the individual council goals part of it. So do you mean,
My recommendation, we can deal with that after goal setting, because we won't identify what those may be until goal setting. So we can set that up at that point.
That's
For this
the point I was
motion,
trying to make.
I
Thank
think
you.
For this
Okay.
motion, I think you just need to say that we're, from goal setting, then we'll set up a special meeting with our consultants to identify, how to
Identify.
align with our legislative platform. Is that general enough to move forward at this point?
Yes.
Yes, that's why I said it first, but the reason why I added under our names of what we've done, this is what I'm asking of staff. And that way, when our contractors are looking at it, they'll see exactly how to approach us and help us. Because you also remember, I said I needed to understand how we could write requests if there's something that needs to come up within housing or whatever, how to write policies and whatnot. That can be at a later time, but that's what kind of threw me off a little bit in my request. So thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
So we're going to need to do a roll call vote.
Yes.
All right. Councilmember Bergenzer,
Yes.
Gordon,
Yes.
Lediju,
Yes.
Matias,
Yes.
Palmeris,
Aye.
and Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Motion carries with Mayor Source absent.
Thank you for that. And just want to follow up with an email that we each received regarding item 6E, and there was some conversation of potentially moving this item earlier on the agenda, and I just want to get feedback from my consultants to if this is a request that we would like to follow.
So, yes, I'm in favor of that, but I also don't, in full transparency, I don't think it's fair for us to also make folks who are here to present on item D, like into the wee hours. I don't think, City Manager Murray, is that gonna be a long presentation? I feel like we can get that out of the way.
I wouldn't expect so. I would expect that will be a relatively short item, so
Yeah, so if we could, Vice Mayor, like take that item first.
B.
No, D.
D.
D or E? E
D.
was
D as in
Delta.
Delta. And then E.
So you're requesting to move D next, and then E, then back to B and C?
Yes.
I have no issue with that.
because the email I saw requests for item 6E.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying I agree with that, but I also want to be mindful of the fact that we have commissioners and like city staff here
Sure.
to present on item D, and that's not going to take a long time. It's only going to take a few minutes, I feel like, so we can get that done, and then E, and then back to B and C.
So to be clear, that the sequence of agenda items now are item 6D, then E, then 6B, and then C.
Yeah.
Is that our?
And again, the goal here is just to
Sure.
get people to sleep, we can
Yeah,
get them home.
Understood. So do we need to take a formal motion on that, or is that something that we can just kind of move forward with? We're good with that?
do we have concurrence by
Yeah,
head
if
nod?
we-
Okay, I
Yes.
think that's fine.
Okay, so let's, City Clerk Abrahamson, can you call item 6D?
Discuss options to determine final location for placement of the Anagrawara approved garden restoration in accordance with the design plans and provide direction to staff regarding the same.
And Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chamber or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. Executive Assistant to the Mayor, Eric Zomp, do we have a presentation?
Vice Mayor, we do.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to say it's full of pictures, so there's not a lot to read. Can I use? All right. All right, we're going to make this hopefully short and sweet. I have with me Commissioner Rick Wyrick from the Beautification Commission. He's been very instrumental in helping move this along. And thank you for moving the item, because Rick has to get up at 5 in the morning, so he's raring to go. All right, tonight we're just going to go through this and provide some background and context about the Japanese gardens and what our options are, and determine where we want to put the Onagawara, and go through recommend approval for garden restoration in accordance with design plans and get direction from the council. Okay, background, and this is here because the gift of the Onagawara and the Japanese garden are from Akashi, Japan, and they are our second oldest sister city relationship. And in 2003, there was the 35th anniversary of the sister city relationship between Akashi and Vallejo, and the people of Akashi presented an Onagawara in a Japanese garden, and the photo there is from the Onagawara, and it shows the date of the presentation. And the Onagawara, it's a roof tile statue of an ogre, and it's similar to a gargoyle, and it's to ward off bad luck, which I think maybe we might find useful these days. And it was made out of ceramic, and that's the specialty of the town of Akashi. And when we had the Onagawara in the garden, vandalism and neglect took its toll on the garden. You can see the photo there. We had vandals smashed it, and it was left there, and a member of the Sister City Association collected the pieces and stored it in his garage for a number of years. And in the garden, we had a number of plants that were, through neglect, they died. And in 2023, we were celebrating our 55th anniversary of our sister city relationship. And what our concern was then is that we were going to get a visit from a delegation from Akashi, and that they would come and see the state of our garden, missing the Onagawara and with a lot of dead plants. So fortunately, the delegation trip was canceled, but that spurred some action amongst the Sister City Commission, the Sister City Association, and some folks here at City Hall. So between 2022 and 2025, with cooperation of volunteers, Sister City Association members, the Sister City Commissioners, Public Works staff, also members of the Beautification Commission, Rick being one of them, we had the garden tidied up. It was cleaned, weeded, the irrigation system was repaired. There was an old concrete book repository that was associated with the library, and that was removed. The garden's appearance has improved, but it's not where we'd like it to be. And this is its current state right now. You can see to the left, there's a deodar. It's a type of cedar, and it's a very nice specimen. And then to the right, you can see, looks like a Japanese maple. From above, this is what it looks like. It is not very inviting. And we were fortunate enough to have artist Jean Cherie recast the Onagawara, and it's going to be replaced on the remaining original parts. The photo to the left you can see is the mold. The center photo is the recast Onagawara. It's made of concrete. And the photo to the right are the remaining pieces, and those would be assembled, and the gargoyle head will be placed on top of it. This is the artist's rendering. And what we're proposing is that the restored Onagawara is going to be placed outside on a pedestal to be constructed by Public Works. And the original garden is going to be repopulated with plants that were selected to resemble a Japanese garden. And that we're going to extend that theme to the open garden plot that is outside of the library. And there will be resin plaques with plant names that will be placed to replace the stolen brass plaques. And this is the plan. We worked with Public Works to generate the plan. Rick was the person who put forth the plan, and that's what Public Works translated it into. You can see there's a smaller inset. That's the actual pedestal. And there's the enlarged plan. You can see there's a dark rectangular figure. That's where the pedestal in Onagawara would go. And then there's the enlarged pedestal detail. You can see that it would be quite deep and have a substantial presence. Some of the plants, Yoshino cherry trees and weeping Japanese cherry trees. Yoshino cherry trees are the type of trees that are in Washington, D.C., so we would have something that would be pretty in the spring, and in the rest of the year, the weeping cherry trees would be pleasant to look at, provide some shade. Lace leaf maple, dwarf azaleas, and the costs, the plants will be purchased by the Vallejo Sister City Association as a gift. Also, keeping in mind that the restoration of the Onagawara itself was a donation by the Sister City Association. Public Works estimate for labor and materials, because they would be providing or the city would be providing the pedestal. Total cost $17.11 and the cost would be borne by the Public Works Department general fund budget. So our recommendation tonight is to approve the plans for the restoration of the garden located between City Hall and the JFK Library, which includes the installation of the restored Onagawara on a concrete pedestal and new plants in the Japanese garden located adjacent to City Hall. And that's what I have for you tonight.
Commissioner Ware, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Just that the mayor's office approached me at the time I was chairman of the Beautification Commission in September of 2023. And we submitted a budget in December of 23 to the Sister City Commission. They had asked us to vote as a Beautification Commission if we wanted to participate in coordinating and helping out the Vallejo Sister City Commission. And so we did. We said yes, we got it. So we got them a budget. I worked with artist Jean Cherie and an arborist, and we met with Pelton Stewart. We reviewed the whole thing, and we're basically what we're doing. We're not really doing too much new, except we are extending that empty flower box at the top of the stairs. It will be a natural connection to the Japanese garden that will have a Yoshino cherry tree and a dwarf azalea and some Japanese anemones if we can find them. The other thing is that we're ready to go now. As soon as you approve this, we're ready to go. The plants we're putting in are really replacement plants that were already there, the lace leaf. The Yoshino cherries are replacing the pine tree that was cut down and another tree that was on the northwest side that was cut down. So basically, once you guys approve this, Public Works gets it in shape. We've met directly with Public Works, with Oscar and his assistants Juan and Jose, and so we'll be there when they actually dig the holes and plant the plants, and we'll be there supervising the whole thing for them in cooperation what we've dealt with them before and what our plan is.
Thank you for that. Any questions or comments from our council members? Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you so very much. As you know, I have the honors to be the liaison for the Sister Cities Commission, and I am excited about this. project and to see the visual come alive. And unfortunately, I did see when it was damaged. So, it is heartbreaking. What's wonderful is to be able to sit on the bench and look at this wonderful video for future acknowledgement is even more exciting, not only to myself, but to the community. The couple of concerns I saw online is people are concerned about any more damaging because it is opened. Some recommended maybe some fencing of some sort, but I do know that one wanted to leave it open. It gives a natural view. But because we had challenges in the past, and because of that challenge, it delayed some time of restating it, right? So have we thought about something to secure it, to make sure that this won't be a current issue?
Luckily, what the artist did, the sculptor, really took a bunch of broken pieces. She had to recreate the entire one half of the face. The good thing about that is she took that recreation and then she made a mold. So, and then the way that the Onagawara, the actual mask, was recreated, she poured a concrete lining, so it's much more stronger than ceramic. And it's also there, if it was damaged somehow, it could be replaced.
And what about the garden itself?
The garden itself, it's always been open. I don't know, there's lighting that could be added probably. We have security cameras, I'm sure that would probably help. I think if you put a fence around it, to be perfectly honest, I think it wouldn't be as powerful, because the Japanese garden is one thing, and that is it's simple. It's not overdone, and I think if you put a fence around it, it would inhibit people participating in it. That's just my opinion.
The other thing that I want to add is that was what came up in front of the Commission on Culture and the Arts. We discussed whether or not we wanted to put the Onagawara inside or outside. And when that came up in front of the Commission on Culture and the Arts, that the decision that they made was about putting it back outside. And we also talked then about the mask being recast in concrete. And, concrete's pretty sturdy, and it would be more in keeping with what the intention of the original garden was.
Thank you. I do like the idea with the lighting and having a camera to emphasize that we can see, because I don't want all that work to go into play and then for it to happen again. It was heartbreaking already, and it happened again would be very devastating. So I'm trying to be proactive, so thank you for those recommendations.
One more thing. This time, this Onagawara will be on a plinth or a pedestal, as you say. Previously, it was only on a little 6-inch concrete, so it was easy to get to. This will be a little bit more difficult to get to, I think, and it'll probably just psychologically be a little bit more secure.
Thank you.
Councilmember Genzer.
Thank you, and thanks for taking this project on, because it's really important to our sister cities and to the entire city. I too had questions about the lighting, because that's one of the key elements of a Japanese garden is purposeful lighting. So is that something that the city could add? I'm not asking for the commission to come up with more funding or things like that. Like,
It would certainly be welcome. I think when this project was first put in, a lot of the plants and where things were just kind of put in by people that didn't have any expertise with Japanese gardens. So that would be a very welcome addition, I think, if the city, if they came up with the money.
do we have an idea of like what potentially that would cost to add some lighting to those garden beds?
It'd probably be, I would say, in a couple of $1,000s.
Well, I think that's outside the scope of what we have here.
Sure. No,
that
I'm not
would
asking.
be-
Like I said, I'm not asking you specifically to do that. I'm asking my colleagues if we could do $5,000 or $10,000 to add lighting to that garden to really show the focal point of the artwork. And I don't see the city manager. Maybe if we can
That's a relatively minor expense, so I think the cost of the improvements that are being proposed were stated to be within what the existing public works budget could absorb, and I think the matter of some additional lighting is within that scope as well, so if it's council's direction, we're happy to find the funding for that.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Just gonna ask.
Councilmember Matias?
No, I was just going to ask if that was a motion, council member.
I don't feel we have to have a motion because I think it's part of the Public Works budget, as what the city manager said. Is that right?
Yeah, so you can make the motion to accept the recommendation with the addition of...
I will add it to the motion.
And I'll go ahead and chime in here, and thank you for the presentation. And so I would like to look this more as an educational component, because most people that walk in that little parking lot and walk up and down those stairs, they don't even recognize that's an area specifically from our Akashi city. So I would like to almost treat that like a state park where there's actually signage highlighting what that is. I'm not saying that has to be part of this scope right now, but maybe a conversation with the culture and arts community or even the sister cities of some future identification of that space in that area, specifically because, like, contrary to Councilmember Gordon, gardens are meant to be experienced in space and in that, so putting a fence up there would kind of defeat it, and especially for a Japanese gardens, they're intended to be for people to walk into those little areas and experience the plants and the spatial components there. And so with that even being said, similar to how a lot of state parks and the fact you went to the specificity of these specifications of the plants and the trees, at some point, I would like to see some signage identifying what that is, so that can further highlight not only this is, excuse me, related to our Sister Cities program, but just to our educational component of highlighting that this area is just not a planting area. There's a rhyme and reason and purpose behind it.
Yes, the Onagawara itself has some signage on it. You probably couldn't see it that great in the picture, but in addition, there was a couple of brass plaques announcing what it was and who was mayor at the time. And unfortunately, that was because at the time it was real bronze. I'm sorry, it was stolen. So we have got in the budget that with the Sister City Association. We're looking into replacing that with a bronze lookalike, but in resin, so that it's not stolen.
Yeah, and my suggestion is just the educational component of identifying the specific components there for example, little stake signage for each of the flowers, each of the plants, each of the trees type of thing, so they understand that is a Japanese garden component, and then they can, for those that have that cultural experience and understanding, they can connect the dots and have that better understanding of that, and that highlights our association, our Sister City Association with the Akashi City Sister City.
Yeah, through the chair, the original garden had individual stakes for each of the plants, and that's something that we're looking to redo. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Any other questions or comments? Do we have any public comment on this? Manny, do we have any speakers online on this item?
Through the mayor, currently do not have any speakers raising their hands to speak on this item.
With that being said, I'll go ahead and close the public comment session of this, and the chair is open for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the request and adding the budget, the lighting.
I thought there was a motion already on the floor from the council.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I just heard him say make a motion.
Typically, the vice mayor makes the motions.
Yes.
Sorry.
It's okay. So I move that we have accepted the options, and we've determined the final location for placement of the Onagawara, approved garden restoration in accordance with the design plans, and provide direction to the staff regarding the same. And we also have indicated that we want to include up to $10,000 for lighting to be added to the 3 garden beds.
Can we have a roll call vote?
I was writing the addition down. Sorry about that. Okay. Councilmember Gordon.
Aye.
Lettigiu.
Aye.
Matias.
Yes.
Palmares.
He said to proceed with that
Okay.
on this one.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
And Councilmember Bergenzer.
Yes.
Motion carries with Mayor Source and Councilmember Palmares absent.
Thank you for that. She voted. She voted. She did.
I'm
She
sorry?
voted.
Huh?
Yes, she did. I heard
She
her say
voted.
aye. Yes. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 6E?
Provide feedback regarding funding priorities for the Bay Area Quality Management District Community Benefits Fund Grant.
Can I go? So good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. Nalungo Conley, Assistant City Manager, here with Sydney Wilson to be my
If I can
backup
get this
here.
quick disclaimer put in, Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chamber or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. Assistant City Manager Conley, do we have a presentation?
We do, and I think I jumped the gun a little bit to keep it moving, but sorry about that. So, quick presentation. I know that folks have been receiving communication from the public on this item, so I do want to make sure that we can get to that quickly so they can have their say. Oh, I have this thing. What do I press? Just this one? Okay, so really this item is just to get your feedback and thoughts and ideas, opinions on this funding opportunity. So I'll have this slide up again. So essentially, in January, the Air District approved program guidelines for their Community Impact Benefit Fund. This is part of their repair program, which is the reinvesting penalties for air impact. And so what it does is it takes penalties levied against the refineries and it directs them back to the impacted communities. So one of the funding tracks is Benicia and the related communities. The second funding track is Martinez and related communities. We only qualify for the Benicia and related communities track. Within that, there are 3 funding buckets available under this fund. There's the Catalyst Grant, which is actually only open to the city of Benicia. That's between $10 and $40 million. Then there's the Opportunity Grant track, which is between $500,000 and $5 million, and seed grants, which are generally open to community-based organizations and or individuals, and that's between $100,000 and $200,000. The City of Vallejo is looking to submit a lead application under the Opportunity Grant category. So the projects must advance at least 2 of the program's core strategies, and that's reducing air pollution and improving health outcomes, and then building economic resilience sort of related to air quality, addressing longstanding sort of racist environmental policies, and improving the public health of impacted communities. And so there's no cap on how many proposals you can be a co-applicant of. However, you are limited to 1 lead applicant proposal in either the opportunity or the seed grant category. So the City of Vallejo, with the lead application, is looking to fund potentially 4 different buckets. And so the first one here is the Safe Routes to Schools. As you may be aware, we had a program primarily orchestrated by VPD. It was a partnership with them and STA last year. And they did 2 cohorts focused on 2 elementary schools each time. This enhancement here seeks to have this be an ongoing annual program. And so we look to partner with STA and VCUSD. Given that they have school consolidations, we had a meeting with them and sort of identified 5 of their elementary schools that could potentially be under this program umbrella, although the education and outreach component will go to all schools related to safety information. But this also supports the Vision Zero priorities for the Vallejo Police Department. And what it can do is fund additional VPD safety officers. It'll target parents and caregivers for education on bike and pedestrian safety. It'll create safe routes to school maps. And then they'll hold quarterly helmet fitting sessions at no cost to the participants. And then create an anti-idling campaign to reduce car emissions with a focus on pickup and drop-off times. And then it'll fund traffic studies at that was still there. Okay, at identified VCUSD schools for circulation and potential modifications to eliminate risks with children's street crossings. And so the performance period for this grant is 3 years. And so this just seeks to expand an existing program. So rather having it be like one particular occasion, we're looking to do something every couple of months throughout the school year. And so while we're focusing on sort of the traffic around the 5 elementary schools which VCUSD and VPD have identified, the education component and the outreach component, and then the helmet fitting sessions can be at any and all schools that want to participate. So the next sort of funding bucket, I guess, is looking to provide some energy upgrades to the Florence Douglass Senior Center. And so we're looking to also build upon some other grant funds that we've received for that specific location. So we're looking to do a comprehensive energy audit and load assessment with regards to solar, identifying and selecting specific areas for energy upgrades, looking at replacing their HVAC, lighting, controls, insulation, potential windows, installation of solar over the entire roof, installation of a commercial battery, basically turning it into a resiliency center, and then also looking potentially to upgrade some of their commercial kitchen appliances that rely on gas to electric. And obviously some other things related to air quality. Excuse me. And as I mentioned, the resiliency center piece is also because, as you know, approximately 25% of our total population is 55 years and older. And that population has been subjected to, as others, really adverse health impacts and outcomes related to, air quality issues and pollution. And so part of this is also providing an area where they can come to that can also serve as an informal warming and cooling shelter, but also provide a reliable sort of space where they can potentially power up, life-saving devices that they may need in case of any sort of emergency event. And then, as I mentioned before, this will also, we're hoping to leverage some Air District funds if we receive this, with an award that we've already received from MCE, from their Community Benefit Fund. And so that fund actually will deal with a phase 1 of a project that includes permitting and technical support, participation in the Clean Energy and Business Reliance Task Force, and potentially funding a community event highlighting early outcomes and business improvement district readiness. So it doesn't actually cover solar installation for the entire roof. So with this project, we would seek to maximize the solar installation, as I mentioned before, also including batteries and other energy upgrades. So the third potential bucket, this has 2 components. So for the city side, this actually is working with our planning department, providing some subsidies and enhancements to some of the work that they're doing. So potentially funding their RFP to do rental inspection program that they're in the process of hopefully setting up and figuring out what that looks like, which will comply with the city's updated housing element for multifamily and single rental units. and also potentially looking at what sort of energy upgrades can also be incorporated when they do those inspections. It'll include educational outreach to residential and commercial businesses about green technology programs that can enhance property values, improve environmental conditions and air quality, reduce utility costs, promote sustainability, which is consistent with some of our housing elements. It also sort of will reduce displacement, for residents, so those costs aren't passed down to them from the landlords by providing these subsidies. And also potential providing some subsidies for EV charging stations, which helps that transition from a reliance on diesel and gasoline vehicles to sort of more electric vehicles, because that's, of course, a big cost for folks when they do that transition. And then also providing grants to households, potentially earning 80% AMI to purchase electric scooters and or electric bikes, which is all sort of part of sort of micromobility and transportation enhancements and moving towards green technology. Now, as I stated before, this is just one part, because we're also going to be a co-applicant with Contra Costa. And so they have a similar program of subsidies and sort of green technology enhancements, and they have a partnership with MCE already that's going to do those sort of energy inspections and audits. And then they're partnering with the Bay Area Regional Energy Network, BayREN program, that will provide some subsidies to do heat pump replacements. And so they've carved out about $500,000 in their application to support some of the efforts of our planning department in a similar capacity. So we're seeking to do initial funding of about $750,000, and then that will be added to the $500,000 if their proposal is also selected for funding. And so finally, we get to, I think, the portion of this program where we're really asking for your feedback. So there's approximately $1.75 billion left in the $5 million bucket, and that's where we're really asking for some feedback from you. I've sort of labeled this the community-based environmental justice program and initiatives, recognizing that environmental justice is a huge part of, our general plan and, updates. And there's an implementation piece to that. And so this seems to be a great time to sort of focus on those community-based organizations that are providing those kind of services to the community. As you know, the entirety of the city of Vallejo with the Cal Enviro screen ranks pretty high in terms of particulate matter and, poor air quality index across the entire city, with South Vallejo obviously being the most impacted. I think it's a zip code 94590 and 94591 being sort of the most impacted through the city. But the entirety of the city of Vallejo actually has 3 times the rate of asthma as the entire state of California. So for us, I think it's 93 out of every 1,000 people in this city have asthma or related asthma health issues, and the state average is something like 32 out of every 1,000. So we're a heavily impacted community. And so this bucket is seeking to, fund continuing efforts by our community-based organizations that are already working in that space. I know that Fresh Air Vallejo provided some documentation and recommendations on funding priorities, which I very much appreciate. I think we've also received several other emails from interested community members, and so some of the categories that we've received proposals on are, that could potentially be funded by this are things like homelessness and rapid rehousing with support services, air monitoring and tracking programs with outcomes that are tied to public health initiatives, which specifically kind of addresses what was in the memo from Fresh Air Vallejo, workforce development programs, which target chronically underemployed youth or young adults, support for the differently able communities with an emphasis on art therapy and education, and then potential partnership with GVRD to enhance facilities in South Vallejo and other impacted areas of Vallejo with poor air quality indexes. So, we just wanted to give council the opportunity to sort of talk, about this opportunity and give direction to staff on what you think should be some priorities, or what you'd like to see with regards to if we issue a request for information from these CBOs about what programs and projects that they want to bring forward or that they want to essentially propose that fall under this umbrella. What are the ratings? Do you want to give any preference points, say, for projects that might be in District 6 that, have pretty poor air quality indexes? How would you like that structured? So we're happy to receive any feedback on that item. And so this is basically just the recommendation, asking you for feedback and any thoughts or opinions on how we've structured this, and especially around the idea of when we seek support, when we seek proposals from the community, how you want us to actually rate those proposals so that we can be sure that we're being fair, that we're being equitable, and that we're really keeping to the core funding guidelines of this grant. So these are just a couple of the next steps that we're hoping to take, which once we get your feedback and we're sort of able to sort of figure out how that reflects here with the grant outline, we're going to, issue a request for a proposal for a project manager. We anticipate receiving quite a few proposals based on that sort of last large funding bucket, and just staff doesn't have the capacity to manage all those individual projects. And so we're hoping that maybe one of the individuals that actually wants to submit a proposal will also serve as a project manager. So we're going to see what that looks like. And then once we're going to do this simultaneously, but also just trying to make it as low barrier as possible and just request some information from these CBOs who are already doing the work. And as was outlined in some of the communications, figuring out what that scoring sheet looks like, and then figuring out if we want to set up some caps on funding. So we want to, this is a 3-year grant performance period. So do we want to issue any caps for this, saying we'll fund a project for up to $300,000? And then with a $1.75 million bucket, we can only fund, so many projects at that funding level, or if we want to just see what comes through. And any thoughts on identifying a selection panel to review and select the programs and the projects, keeping in mind that the final grant application is due May 29th. So we're really hoping to have that done several weeks ahead of time for submission. So. That concludes the presentation. Happy to open it up for questions and feedback.
Thank you. Sydney, did you have anything you wanted to add onto this presentation?
No longer said everything better than I always say that. She says it better than I could ever. But we do have a lot of interested outside organizations that are excited about this possibility, and we think they will be very competitive.
Thank you for that. And based on the email feedback that we've received up to date, specifically on this agenda item, I'm going to open it up to public comment at this point to see if there's any questions from our general public. Any speakers?
Yes, we have one public speaker. Lorraine, are you still here?
Through the mayor, she is now online.
Okay.
Great.
So yeah, Lorraine Alio, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Dr. Lorraine Alio, and I'm here on behalf of Fresh Air Vallejo. We really appreciate the city's leadership in pursuing this funding, which is an important opportunity to bring investment into Vallejo that actually reduces pollution exposure and improves health outcomes in our most impacted communities. And that data is very clear. The California EPA identified multiple census tracts in Vallejo as among the most burdened in the state, with 2 in South Vallejo ranking the 94th and 98th percentile, which is really high for both pollution exposure and socioeconomic vulnerability. It's important to look at things not at district level, not at zip code level, but really at this granular level, because there is a huge differentiation across parts of Vallejo in what they suffer due to pollution now and the historic pollution that was experienced because of Mare Island. Asthma rates are also really high and concerning. South Vallejo childhood asthma rates in particular are amongst the worst, the 2% worst in the entire state of California. And so our recommendation is really simple, our central recommendation. This grant proposal should explicitly prioritize disadvantaged census tracts, and specifically South Vallejo, where those two really bad census tracts are, as areas for investment. We recommend strengthening place-based and equity-focused targeting of potential city projects. For example, and this is just an example, but say instead of focusing on solar panels for Florence Douglass Center, which is not in one of these really intensely impacted areas, the city could prioritize enabling South Vallejo's Norman King Center to be a clean air and community resilience hub, providing filtered air and cooling during wildfire smoke and extreme heat events. Similarly, with safe routes to schools, I know we want to invest in multiple schools. We should make sure we're prioritizing the highly exposed schools, such as Grace Patterson Elementary in South Vallejo, which is surrounded by Interstate 80, Highway 29, the nearby industrial activity and historical activity from Mare Island. And the vast majority of those students at that school already suffer from asthma. This is exactly where targeted place-based intervention is needed. And in addition, we want to recommend that the community funding portion, which has not been the focus of this memo really, be more clearly structured around environmental justice programming such as air quality, education, community-based monitoring, exposure reduction, community gardens, and youth engagement. And I'll stop there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that. Manny, any more speakers online?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, we do have one more speaker. Lewis Michael, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hello. Good evening, Council. My name is Lewis Michael. I'm speaking tonight as well on behalf of Fresh Air Vallejo. And I think I'll just pick up where Dr. Alio left off. Speaking about this opportunity, I'm going to reiterate some of those recommendations that were sent to you all in the memo from Fresh Air Vallejo. I'll just pick up. So there was recommendations around community-based organizations. There's an opportunity here to be more intentional about how funding is structured, so it supports environmental justice outcomes. And I think that could look like things like community-based air monitoring, indoor air filtration for residents, environmental health education, and youth workforce programs connected to air quality and climate resistance. So as the Assistant City Manager mentioned in the presentation, I think a lot of these recommendations could really strengthen the application for this grant funding. And then lastly, around community partnership, I think partnering with local organizations that are doing this work, Fresh Air Vallejo is working with partners like NAACP Vallejo Chapter, Centro Latino, Center for Urban Excellence, the Citizen Air Monitoring Network, and Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition. And these are groups that are already in relationship with the community, already doing outreach and already hearing directly from residents. And there's a real opportunity for the city to partner more directly with that work, not just in outreach, but in implementation as well. So overall, I just want to emphasize that this is a really great opportunity for the city to secure this funding and make a real impact in terms of environmental justice. But as it stands, just from the presentation, and I'm sure like as you all build out this application, it will become more detailed, but I just wanted to make sure that we, chime in. And I think that it's important to be explicit about prioritizing those disadvantaged communities, especially in South Vallejo, making sure these projects clearly reduce pollution exposure and improve health outcomes and can be measured. and then focus on place-based investments that reflect the realities of people who are dealing with these issues, and then strengthen partnerships with community organizations already doing this work. Thank you for your time.
Any more?
Through the Vice Mayor, yes, we do have one more speaker here. Layla Walton, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your presentation tonight. I just want to uplift that we also need to include, excuse me one moment. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Sorry, I'll come back.
Any more speakers?
No other speakers at this time, Chair.
Any more in-person speakers? With that being said, with the exception of that caller potentially coming back, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment session and open. Oh, she is? Did she want to?
Layla, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Something that we should include in this conversation is to consider smoking cessation and indoor air quality, which we briefly went over already. But I think that's a big contributor to childhood asthma, as we've had this conversation with the NAACP and Fresh Air Vallejo. I also think it's going to be important moving forward to include residents whom live in, which I live in, one of the area codes that were brought forward, just making sure that residents from those area codes and who have longstanding residency in those area codes are just included in this conversation and prioritized. So even creating a mailing list or door knocking would be, I think, appropriate to make sure that you're getting proper proposals from the most impacted families. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment section and then open it up to questions from the council members. Start off with Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much for this presentation, and I truly appreciate, as you know, I have the honors to be the councilwoman for District 6. Being a longtime asthmatic individual myself, as well as my 2 children, we have nebulizer machines at home, CPAP machines, because it is a challenge, because asthma is crucial. And I do agree with all the callers without repeating what they've already stated, which I have them as my notes. So I appreciate that, because Norman King Center to me should be that hub. Nothing against these Florence Douglass Center, not saying that they don't need it, but I really do believe, and I agree with the callers that stated already, it is a challenging because our children are having to stay home because they're not well, they're sick. I've even heard this morning, a mom said, don't forget your inhaler. And I'm on 3, by the way. So it is definitely a great opportunity to have it at Norman King Center. Plus, because we had the 11 program there 5 days a week, it is crucial. The concern that I do have, though, although my building, for example, through Fighting Back Partnership, they help us get our buildings smoke-free. But if there's a lack of enforcement, it's almost like it's not beneficial. So some of this grant, I would like to see if we can create some type of enforcement program, whether it be educational through staff, whatnot. I heard the word knocking on doors would be great, because This is not a funny thing, but I don't need to smoke because I can smell it throughout the air, right? Both kinds of smoke, by the way. And so our children are being challenged with these devices, the e-cigarettes and so forth. They're being told that they're not as damaging. And so that knowledge of education could be also incorporated. And I agree, Grace Patterson School is a challenge, but we're also forgetting another school, which is Cal Poly, Maritime Academy. They too have to deal with these challenges. And being that just that one hub area, we have 6 multi-living community. Some folks forget about the townhomes off of Salmon Beach, and there's some apartment complex by there as well. So we're talking about a stack of individuals who suffer from this challenge. And I appreciate Fresh Air Vallejo. Thank you for your documentation that you helped support it. But kudos to both of you for the work that you put into it and the accuracy, because you're spot on. Anything I can do, please feel free to reach out to me, because this is my passion. My son Chris, he stayed in a hospital at UC Davis to Oakland Children's Hospital because of asthma. My son Charles just as worse, and likewise myself. So I don't want any other families to have to suffer the way we do ourselves, although I do appreciate the devices that I have to make it possible for me to sit here with you all. The more we can prevent other families to have to go through this with programs such as this, I'm for it. Thank you again.
Councilmember Palmares?
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question and a comment. So for these recommended priorities, I'm gathering they're from the community. Can they all be funded by this grant?
Yes, so the grant total is about $5 million. So we can adjust as necessary. The Safe Route to Schools actually does include Grace Patterson Elementary. I didn't mention that, but there's 5 schools, primarily elementary, that we're focusing on at least for year 1, and this is a 3-year performance period. So we'll have 3 years to sort of carry out the activities under this grant. So it's $5 million total over 3 years.
Not so much in terms of money, but in terms of can it be justified? Like as far as like a back med dealing with air pollution type of grant.
Can we justify our application?
No. Like all the A, B, C, D, E, these priorities you want us to decide on, can they actually be funded by this grant?
Yes, I mean, they all qualify.
Oh, they go. Okay, that's
Yeah,
all.
they
I
all,
wanna know.
yeah,
Okay.
they, yeah.
I just want to make sure these are like pie in the sky things and decide on them. Like I don't know if they're
No,
actually
and they
reasonable or
all
not.
actually address some of the priorities that
Okay.
Fresh Air Vallejo highlighted with regards to pollution reduction, addressing emissions, air quality, monitoring. We didn't put all those specifics in here, but those are all components of each of those different categories. Now, some of the things that the council can actually consider is for all those groups that were mentioned, we actually met with them, and we can just simply disperse the 1.75 million to partner with those individuals. We don't necessarily need to do an RFI or an RFP. We can simply say the city is going to incorporate all of those EJ groups into that last funding category, and then have them submit a proposal and a budget to allocate those remaining funds. We could also seek to adjust some of the funding for the senior centers and split it between the two, right? Because one is sort of in central-ish Vallejo, but in an impacted zip code, and then Norman King is in another heavily impacted zip code, so we can split the funding, there, so we can make those adjustments, right? I mean,
Yeah.
but it all qualifies.
So I guess my only comment to that is, I've heard some, what sounds like pretty well thought out comments, from the community, and I hope that they can be incorporated into this. I don't think it's ready to go now. I think probably the right thing to do is chew on this a little bit more, synthesize some of these comments into this, and maybe come back to us before the deadline? Or can we just say, like, yeah, just incorporate these comments and you know, it doesn't need to go back to council?
Oh, yeah, so a lot of the areas that they pointed out, right, the metrics, the deliverables, you know, wanting to address pollution,
Yeah.
making sure that we target disadvantaged communities, all of that will be incorporated in the proposal. I mean, it's like I said, those are the key, this is, after all, addressing air pollution.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? So all these components are part of that, and so we're happy to incorporate, you know, a lot of those suggestions in, you know, that last funding bucket, because all those groups currently do that already, right? So we can just easily proceed forward with simply, you know, working with those groups, figuring out what proposals they want to do, figuring out what their reporting schedule is, what their metrics are, who they're serving, you know, is it the youth category, is it the air quality monitoring, is it reducing pollution? We can do all that work and then go forward.
Okay.
I mean, also happy to bring it back to council, also happy to just send you a memo as an update, however you want to receive the information. I also want to mention really quickly, because I didn't hear, we've been having so many ongoing meetings, but we met today with the North Bay Health Center, and they were initially going to do a facility, I think, our partnership with Benicia, but they determined that that wasn't going to work out under this sort of structure. And so they're actually building a facility here in Vallejo. I believe it's going to be part of the Costco development, but they're also doing a lead application under this grant. So we met with them, and we're supportive of anyone that wants to bring services to the city of Vallejo. So if not us, then we're hoping somebody else. And so we're seeking to partner with their application, but also to bring forward a couple of community groups, because they definitely want someone who can really focus on outreach, engagement, really partnering with them on solutions and, you know, screening. And so they're really wanting to partner as well. They're looking to set up a clinic and serve primarily South Vallejo, but they don't just want to do a clinical facility. They also want to have ongoing relationships with community and engage with education. So that means engaging with VCUSD, you know, engaging with some of the other organizations, you know, targeting families, figuring out, you know, what they actually need, and working with community to be part of the solution process, because we have assumptions about what they need versus asking them what they'd like to see. So they want to work, and then we also have been having meetings with Touro University, and because they're also very healthcare focused, we plan on engaging them in this process, because right now I know that they have a clinic there or they do a mobile health unit there at the Norman King Community Center as well. And so they've also expressed a willingness to want to partner with the city, be engaged, and I know this is probably right up their alley. So there's a ton of folks who want to be involved in this space, and so, I mean, we're happy to kind of take your comments and direction and run with it.
Yeah, me personally, I think, yeah, go out, do that engagement one more time, try to synthesize those comments, and then just bring it back for council. It could be a consent item, and if it seems like, hey, we're not getting a whole lot of pushback from this, then I guess it's ready to go.
Councilmember Bragenzer.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And thank you for the presentation. The first point I wanted to make was that I agree with Dr. Elio that we should try to focus some of the funds back to Norman King Center rather than all of it going to Florence Douglas Center. I agree Florence Douglas Center needs some upgrades, but I think we certainly should focus on South Vallejo. My second is, I liked in your presentation the partnering with GVRD. I think many of our parks are getting tired looking, and I think they all kind of could use a refresh, but certainly in that area of town would be highly recommended in my view. My third comment is the EV charging stations. I think, I would love to see them all over our business centers if we could, not just in South Vallejo, but, looking at Sonoma Boulevard and Tennessee Street and Broadway, some of those high business areas. But I would like to make sure that the city puts in a clause about maintenance, because it's sad to see that many of the charging stations in Vallejo have been installed and none of them can be used because the wires have been cut and stolen. I feel that if they're not going to maintain them, then they should be forced to remove them and not just let them sit in our parking lots without being able to be used by our residents. So I would hope that we have that clause put into those contracts if we install more EV charging stations. And my final comment is just, I agree that we need to focus on District 6. I liked the comment from the speaker about maybe having a board, similar to participatory budgeting, to give ideas specifically for ways to spend the funds. It'd be nice if we could even at least hold town halls, but specifically in District 6, so that it's accessible to the residents there to hear their comments about how the money should be spent. But overall, it was a great presentation. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Much appreciation to Fresh Air Vallejo, public speakers, and others who have emailed us with ideas on this funding opportunity, and much appreciation to city staff for elevating this conversation to the council. I generally agree with what my colleagues have shared this evening, although I am gonna make a few comments. So I do want to first start out underscoring what Dr. Alio alluded to, which is we have to the fullest extent possible, tap into SB 535. The fact that those tracks have been designated by the state as disadvantaged communities do present opportunities for us to get at the top of the line when it comes to grant funding. And that funding we can use not only for public health initiatives, but at the intersection of other challenges that we as a city need to confront, and need to confront with them permanently, like our economic development, for example. So that also gets me to point number 2, which is, I guess, an extension of a few of the things my colleagues have said, which is, I do think it's important. We can have a lot of outreach, we can have a lot of engagement, we can engage in a lot of education, but at the end of the day, I would venture to say that if you were to actually go and ask residents in South Vallejo, like, what do you want to see? I want to see grocery stores close to where I live. I want to see childcare facilities closer to where I live. I want to make sure that there are trees planted and that I can walk to places. I want to have my own farmer's market. We need to very intentionally not only engage them in identifying the things that they need, instead of the like perpetual, let me talk to you, let me talk to you, let me hear what you want to do, but also then deliver through these grant applications. So for me, I think it's fine to convene a group. I think it's fine to also incorporate these ideas that were shared, but for what it's worth, that community center needs to serve as a multi-purpose facility. Can we have a farmer's market there? That idea has been floated for years, and we have not delivered for that community. Can we also potentially look at that facility being used as an early learning facility, or perhaps look at Farragut, which is vacant, and we've been paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in security costs for a possible project that expands access to families in the western part of the city. That would make the commute for a South Vallejoan family much shorter if we had that facility be used for something. I'm just throwing it out there as an idea. Can we hire folks from South Vallejo to help out with some of these public works projects, whether that's road dieting, tree planting, you name it, creating jobs, creating economic opportunity, and also solving these public health issues that we know have been in South Vallejo for a long time. So I think it's important for us to use this as a starting point. And And I would generally agree that, we could talk a good game, but if we don't deliver, I mean, that's on us. And if the Florence Douglass Center has, issues that we need to address, and it's a city-owned facility, I don't know if it is. I was just wondering when I saw that in the list, like, is that part of our CIP? Why haven't we heard about it? And we've been in office for 15 months, if we have issues with our public facilities, we should be made aware that should be accounted for and incorporated in the budget, and there should be regular maintenance going on. We shouldn't be waiting around because, it's just unacceptable for that facility to reach that state knowing we serve 32,000 seniors, as you alluded to in your staff report. So that's all to say, I think the focus should be on South Vallejo. We should deliver. If we deliver for them, that benefits the entire city, not just South Vallejoans. And we have very critical and dire needs in that specific community that need to be addressed. And the way you get that is by asking those folks. But I do think that for the first time, yes, there should be dollars going to engagement. Yes, we should have discussions and town halls and all the things, but let's also engage in job creation. Let's solve some of the problems they have been screaming out their lungs for us to solve for, and have more of those dollars go there instead of talking. Very different, I guess, perspective in that sense from what's been shared. I'm not dissuading us from engaging in the conversation, but let's get to work because that area needs some love.
Thank you for that. And very much appreciate the presentation and the conversation, especially from the online speakers. I'm happy to see that we're finally looking at this, like a $5 million grant to be able to help address some of these issues. Just out of curiosity, was this grant through part of our legislative platform that we just heard a presentation from? Or is this us seeking this specific out?
This is something that came about fairly recently. I mean, it's related, they've been talking, the Air District has been talking about this, I think, for maybe a year or two, ever since they had the record fine against Vallejo. But they just approved the program guidelines at the end of January. So it's something that just sort of was brought to our attention, and then they held their first sort of network event at the very beginning of February. So
Thank you for that clarification. And because to me, that speaks to the bigger picture of how do we identify and how does these funding sources come to us, because we're in dire need of trying to find a lot of these funding sources. And I'm very happy to see that this grant is as large as it is, but I'm a little concerned about the complexity of what this grant is, because the fact that there's so many moving components of it, Contra Costa involved, us taking a focus on it. So, and then when you mentioned that, and correct me if I heard you wrong, is that we're hoping that one of the applicants may be the project manager of this grant, overseeing that? Is that what the current?
One of the funding buckets. So it also depends on the feedback that you give, right? So the guidance is that you can only do one lead application, but you can be a co-applicant on as many applications as you want. And so in order to give the city and the residents as much sort of exposure, we're trying to partner with as many individuals who are putting in applications as possible, essentially because we have so much alignment. So for example, we know that the North Bay Health Center, they're putting in a lead application, but we met with them with the idea that based on your feedback, there might be some opportunity for them to be, a co-applicant on ours, and we can be a co-applicant on theirs, so we can ensure that we can act as a pass-through for some of those funds. If the feedback or if the guidance from the council is that, say, we just open this up to a general RFI for anyone to sort of submit a proposal for funding that has some of these guidelines, reducing emissions, focus on monitoring, data tracking, whatever those guidelines are, then we probably need a project manager to handle that, because, we might end up with 20 or 30 proposals. that, folks decide to fund under that bucket. If, council gives direction for all those entities named, Fresh Air Vallejo, NNACP, Center for Urban Excellence, Fighting Back Partnership, Citizens for Air Quality Monitoring, like if all of those organizations, a lot of the EJ, CBOs that are currently in existence, if the direction is that we just partner with them, the ones that have been doing that work, and that we fund them to a certain capacity, or we get all their proposals and then we bring them back, to figure out which ones you wanted to fund up to what dollar amount, then that becomes a little bit easier. But the truth is that all of those projects still need to be monitored. They all need to, still be, quarterly check-ins, making sure the invoicing is happening. So that takes a lot. And currently we don't have a department in the city to do that. So yes, we probably need to do some sort of RFP to have someone serve as a project manager. My hope is that some of those organizations can function as the project manager. So they may both, apply to be the project manager and also have their own project under that umbrella. So, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. And for those that are very familiar with grants, we understand the difficult part is not getting the money, it's administering and making sure it's followed throughout the whole process. And once again, this is a 3-year grant?
Yep, 3-year performance period.
So I would caution us for having an outside agency or a community partnership overseeing this, because I think we as a city have proven that if we rely on others to manage what we should be doing internally, we kind of fall flat, and we realize after the fact that there's a lot of stuff that gets missed. So I would recommend that, at least as an overseer of what this grant may be, depending on how many components there are, is that we have an internal person here at the whatever staff. That's a staffing issue we need to identify, and however that breakdown of who's overseeing and administering it, that's where we can get to the nuts and bolts of it. But from an overseer and who's monitoring all this, I would like to make sure that it's a staff member that's actually overseeing this from that perspective. And a couple of quick, and the fact there's so many community-based organizations that could be part of this, that's more reason for me to say that we need a staff person to make sure that we're overseeing all of these moving components within whatever parts of this grant that may be going on. For example, for the Safe Routes to School, I'm very happy to see that you've already had those conversations with VCUSD, because from that understanding, obviously with the consolidation that's happening, there's going to be more concentration of students at a limited number of schools now. And I'm glad to see that we're getting to the environmental justice component here. But one of the things that I think any school can tell you is their most challenging times of any school day is arrival and dismissal.
Yep.
And so from that perspective, my first question is am I supposed to understand this, that it's limited just to elementary schools?
So some of the feedback received is that for the elementary schools, they tend to be the places where parents are primarily double parking and either leaving their cars on and running the kids across the street, or double parking and letting the kids run across the street by themselves, right? So that's not necessarily happening at the middle and the high school, at the middle schools and high schools as frequently. And so this isn't, so when we say 5 elementary schools, that's just the sort of targeted schools. There's a component of education and outreach and engagement that's going to happen at all the schools. So, I mean, there's no barrier to pushing out information, engaging with the parents, talking to them about, road safety, pedestrian safety. STA can actually develop safe route maps for all of the students, from public transportation hubs to schools, to identify sort of safe routes for them to travel. So it's I guess the safety officers primarily will be at these schools, but this is also just something that we've identified for year 1. So part of this grant is, as I said, over 3 years, so we can be we can pivot pretty easily to identify other potential trouble spots if we note them. But as we said, these are the schools that the school district has identified as needing some further presence with regard and education around, pickup and drop off, traffic mitigation, doing some traffic studies to see, what we can do to enhance some pedestrian safety.
Very much agree with that, and obviously since I work at an elementary, I know firsthand of some of the challenges, and a lot of it are the parents double parking and things of that nature. But I don't want us to exclude the middle school and high schools, because I've heard some serious concerns from a public safety standpoint. I've heard, especially at Solano Wiedemann, where we have parents driving on the sidewalks because they don't want to wait in line to pick up their kids. Those type of things, to where those are simple cones, barriers type of things, to where I'm hoping that this grant can potentially cover a lot of the stuff. And I know over at Vallejo High School, we're actually talking about putting in a closed gate during the school hours to prevent a lot of those traffic issues that have been happening there. So once again, I very much agree and appreciate the elementary school level, but I want to make sure we're not excluding the middle school and high school that may not be as prevalent with some of the safety issues, but there's still safety issues there that I hope that this grant can potentially address. And
right,
stuff
and
like
it'll
that.
also fund some traffic studies. So if there are some areas that really have some, identified issues that we can, Public Works was also in this meeting. So, they're happy to go out there and do some traffic studies to see, if there's some things that they can do with regards to sort of safety enhancements around all the schools, because we understand that all the schools will be, consolidated and have probably an influx of students. And so, to enhance, this is also in support of Vision Zero. So we don't want, a lot of the traffic safety issues that we're having in other parts of the city to impact our students either. So
appreciate that. And a simple, I think, a community-based collaboration there is, I know a lot of schools, they've gone away, there used to be something called the safety patrol that happened, especially at the elementary school levels. And since COVID, most of those, I think all of them have gone away. So I think if we can bring some component like that back to at least the elementary school level, what that looks like, I think that can be part of the discussion there. Let's see, and those are all the questions and comments I had at this time. Councilmember Lediju.
Thank you for the presentation. So what I'd like to know is, to the point just brought forward around being such a large opportunity and many partners involved, and alluding to the fact that maybe one of the grant holders could manage the grant process. In the grant process, is funding only for actual programming, or is there an opportunity for overhead which would potentially pay for a person or a couple or maybe two individuals to actually manage all the grants that might be realized through this process?
So there is an administrative cost allowable under this grant. So I believe that it's around 15%. So if you do that, for about $750,000 could essentially be appropriated from the $5 million total to go towards administrative
So there
costs.
would be, so there would be enough funding literally for the life of the grant process to have a staff on the city side or two staff actually managing this work based on that assessment, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because I believe that the grant should be managed by staff that are dedicated solely to that work, to ensure that the funding is allocated appropriately, all the reporting is done, and all the administrative work that's required to hold those grant funds has been appropriately done. So thank you for answering my question.
Thank you for that. Now we're going to round two from council, and starting off with Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the fact I heard you to say that they were looking at maybe a clinic, because if you look at the model in Sacramento Old Park, there was, my mother helped with this, I'm so honored to say that, to get a Norman King center, we got a community center, and then there was a suggestion of building a social health clinic and social services, because our individuals used to have to go all the way downtown. So right next to the community center, there was a social health and clinic center there. So that'd be something great to look into. I also wanted to ask, what are the 5 schools that were being considered?
Dan Minnie, Cooper, Stephen Manor, Federal, and Grace Patterson.
Oh, excellent. And then I agree with my colleagues point out the fact about the middle school, because, you know, Hogan Middle School also has that as a challenge. So we definitely want to think about that. Did you say Stephen? I didn't hear that. Okay. No, make sure I heard that. And then just to narrow it in a little bit, just to get clarity. So I'm glad that Councilwoman Ledeju pointed out the fact about asking about the staffing costs, because I did have that here. But I hear you saying that a project management should be considered, because I agree with additional staff. Having a like-minded community, such as like a PB group, should be considered. Steering committee should be considered. And then having folks put in the effort to say why they feel they qualify for this funding should be very important, because we want this money to be spent wisely and to be focused. And so the monitoring and the enforcement has to have a project manager and a staff. And then having that steering committee would be great for us to do maybe like a voting like we do with PB. And having our youth to be part of this as well, because they are tomorrow's, right? So I definitely want to make sure our youth are part of this opportunity. So just wanted to narrow it down to get clarity. And how does Fresh Air Vallejo, will they have any parts of this at all, to your knowledge?
So they're one of the EJ groups that we've been meeting with even before we knew of this particular opportunity. And so, yes, I mean, my hope is that they would be part of this. I mean, they work in the community, they do this work. They have those connections, and they have the connections to the community in terms of figuring out, you know, what the actual problems are, what folks have identified, what their needs are, and then the solutions to address them. And that's obviously the best way to address any issues.
And I agree with you about Toro, because you're right, 1,000%. Partnering with us, anybody and everybody, whether it be La Clinica, Kaiser, Sutter, anyone to come to this table will be great. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. I also wanted to highlight for folks that the deadline for this is May 29th, so we don't have that much time. So, I mean, I can appreciate suggestions for steering committees and involvement, but we have to be, just a little intentional, because time is short.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Matias?
So you're looking for feedback, right? Yeah, because, I mean, I think we could have a whole study session on this, 10 hours easily. And I know you're looking for some direction here. So I'm just going to go back to the staff report, and I'm going to quickly walk through this just so you know where I stand. And if we have to take a vote or whatever, I mean, we can. But I think we should move to some sort of motion hopefully soon. So again, it says the projects must advance at least 2 of the core strategies: reducing air pollution and improving health outcomes, or building economic resilience. So safe routes to schools, partnership with STA 1 million. So just clarifying question there, you're saying that that's going to allow us to hire more officers. So what does that really mean?
So not hire, it's actually will pay for overtime. That's how they do the safety officer program. That's how they funded it last year, through overtime. So this will cover the overtime costs for the VPD to provide those safety officers for this initiative.
I have opinions on that, but I'm not gonna get into it because we could go until 1 in the morning. So I think that's fine, but I'm not necessarily sure if that helps us address some of the issues that the vice mayor alluded to that are happening in the school. So it is what it is. I'm a yes on that because we need to get to giving you the feedback, right? Florence Douglas upgrades. I'm not in favor of that amount in its full amount going to the senior center. I think some of that money needs to be shifted for South Vallejo specific programs, which I alluded to in my earlier comments. So I would rework some of that and also encourage you guys to add that to our CIP, if that is a city-owned property.
So both of them are city-owned properties. GVRD actually manages or subcontracts out the Norman King Center. Florence Douglas is operated by, I believe, a trust, the Florence Douglas Trust, but it's city-owned building as well. So it's a little less complicated to do that kind of upgrade there, but it's not impossible to do it at the Norman King Center. So would you like for us to split the funding and try to create as much resiliency, centers in both locations since they're both in impacted zones? Or
I don't know if the Florence Center is. It's, if you look at the disadvantaged tracks, it's Mare Island and the western part that covers the downtown area going down into the South Vallejo. Like those are the tracks, according to SB 535, that get us the additional points when we're applying for grant funding, and where the data disproportionately shows that like our kids and our families are experiencing higher levels of pollution. So like I get we have two problems we're trying to solve for here, but just in terms of the positioning of the application, I would really encourage you, and I don't know what the rest of the council feels on this, that some of that funding do be shifted to address South Vallejo specific programs, because that's where we have the real, and I don't want to minimize it because that's not what I'm saying here, but just in terms of the structuring of the application and where I feel like we need to address these issues in South Vallejo. So that's my personal perspective on 2. And then 3, planning department subsidies and enhancements. So no disrespect to the planning department, they're doing amazing work. But to me, I would put it under a category that's a little hazy for me at this time. I want to better understand it. I want to have conversations with the Housing Justice Coalition. I want to see that housing element get passed, because we're referencing stuff in there that I don't really know about yet, and we haven't even adopted as a council. And so if we're going to set aside money, I think it needs to be tied to actual policies that we're passing, and we haven't passed anything yet. We're still waiting on some of these ordinances. So I guess what I'm trying to say there is, if I were you guys, I'd rework that one, my personal opinion, because there's still multiple ordinances that are out there that we have not adopted as a council, that are still in the works, and we need to make sure that that money's tied to whatever's in the hopper. So because that's undefined, again, I would think about how do we best leverage that pool of funding to address issues on the northwest and southwest part of our city. And then on the community-based environmental justice program, I know that you're very mindful of time, that this needs to be submitted by May 29th. So I do think that it wouldn't hurt to have a meeting with the groups that have submitted proposals to you. But I think that number is appropriate in terms of, subgranting monies out to those organizations and letting them pursue initiatives, with the only caveat that I do want monies to go towards rehabilitation, public works, reduction of air pollution projects that create jobs in the process. So to be more specific, if you guys are saying we need to plant trees, we need to do road diets, we want to set up a farmer's market, like, I just want some of that money to go into like job creation for folks in South Vallejo. So generally supportive with question marks on 2 and 3. Those are my comments. I will say no more.
Councilmember Paul Maris.
Yeah, I'd just like to call the question and finalize our comments and get going.
Councilmember Bragenzer.
I agree with what Councilmember Matias was saying, with one caveat. I think that we need to be cognizant of the fact that we can't build, or we shouldn't build, another senior center in South Vallejo. So having the Florence Douglass Center, having upgrades done to that building, which is a city-owned building, even though it's not in District 6, it serves people from District 6 because it serves people from all over the city. So I hesitate to pull the funding from the Florence Douglass Center. Maybe I misunderstood you, but I think, I like the proposal of maybe cutting the funding in half and adding half of it to the Norman King Center. But I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that just because it's not in that specific zone, it doesn't serve the people from within that zone, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I said shift some of the funding, so I'm sorry if that was hazy, but that's what I meant.
And I'm in agreement with, Councilmember Letters, you go ahead.
Thanks. Also, just wanted to chime in to the comment just made around the Norman King Center, the reminder that it is the only senior citizen building, if you will, that serves our seniors. And I think we really need to think about, I respect the idea of cutting funding and shifting, but the reminder is individuals who live in South Vallejo, North Vallejo, who live all over Vallejo really attend that center. And so while we're thinking about shifting the funding, is this also, to your point, is it a CPI issue? And if so, how do we meld the two together and take care of that center, where it is the only place collectively our seniors can go and attend, and it's quite full all the time. So I just would like to throw that out. What is the balance going to be, rather than if we're going to shift dollars? And maybe, over a 3-year period, how do we capture all those needs?
Thank you for that. So my last 2 cents is I agree with much of what's been said. I do disagree a little bit with Councilmember Matias with item number 3 with the planning department, because these are, when you look at the breakdown in our staff report, that gives a good breakdown of conceptually of how planning department can kind of further enhance a lot of the economic development potential that we have out there. And so this is where when you talk about shifting of funding, I mean, if anything, the 500,000 combining with working with Contra Costa, that's something that I think we can take a look at a deeper dive. But and once again, this 750,000, this is the smallest of all the buckets of what we're talking about from this overall budget. So I like it in concept and where it can move to, but when we're talking about readjusting funding, I think this is the smallest pot that I think that has the biggest impact that we could potentially have with the funding there. So, Councilmember Paul Maris.
I agree with you.
Thank you. So with all that said, do we have a motion in front of us?
I think it's just feedback to the city. Do you feel like you have enough feedback from us, or do you need to have it summarized into a motion?
No, I think it's good. I think we've gotten enough feedback. I think it's enough for us to go back, sort of rework some of these things, and then we can bring something forward or send it, maybe send it as a memo, I'm not sure, and then go from there.
Yes, understanding you do have a tight timeline till May 29th. If you could give us a quick turnaround of what modifications
Absolutely.
you're looking at, then hopefully we can give you some definitive direction
Yes.
sooner rather than later. So with that being said, it looks like I mean, do we need an official motion or we're good with what we have, with the
No,
direction
I-
we've gotten?
Yeah, we're good.
So with that being said, moving on to item 6C. Oh, I'm sorry, 6B. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 6B?
Adopt a resolution accepting the general plan and housing element annual progress report for calendar year 2025 and directing staff to submit the same to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation and the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Let me get
Vice
my
Mayor
quick
and
disclaimer
Council.
in here
I'm
first
sorry,
for
go
the
ahead.
for the public comment. Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on the item and item both in person or virtually must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raise their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute will not be recognized. Planning and Development Services Director, I guess it's
Yeah, I'll be-
Rojas.
I'll be
Do we have
presenting
a
for the
presentation?
department tonight. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Hector Rojas, Long Range Planning Manager. So tonight I'm presenting the city's 2025 General Plan Annual Progress Report, or APR. So as a reminder, the general plan is the city's long-range policy framework. It defines a vision for the future change and guides where and how development occurs here in the city of Vallejo. It also includes goals, policies, and programs that support the city's economy, environmental resources, public services, and overall community well-being. So what's the APR? The annual progress report is required for every city and county in California. It has to be submitted each year to the state by April 1st, that's tomorrow. The report provides an update on implementation of the general plan and progress towards the city's regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA for short. The Planning Commission did review and accept the APR on March 2nd. During that discussion, commissioners expressed an interest in continuing to promote mixed use and infill development, particularly along commercial corridors such as Sonoma Boulevard. The next few slides walk through key general plan implementation highlights from the APR. So in late December of 2024, City Council adopted the sixth cycle housing element. This included updates to the general plan land use map, zoning map, and zoning ordinance to ensure the city can accommodate its RHNA allocation. In February 2025, the City Council approved installation of solar streetlights along Cortola Parkway. This project improves public safety and infrastructure reliability in a disadvantaged neighborhood and was funded through a federal grant. It also advances several general plan policies, or I should say goals, related to community health and infrastructure. In March of 2025, the City Council authorized continued participation in the Solano Transportation Authority. STA coordinates regional transportation planning, funding, and advocacy for those of us in the public that might not be aware. This helps position the city for state and federal funding and supports improvements to mobility and infrastructure. November of last year, the Planning Commission approved a 130 residential unit subdivision at 201 Rollingwood Drive. This project contributes to the city's housing supply and supports the general plan goals related to housing opportunity, complete neighborhoods, and infrastructure. And as mentioned earlier, the APR provides an update to our progress towards meeting the city's RHNA targets. This table on this slide shows where we stand today in meeting those targets. In 2025, the city issued permits for 193 units, bringing the total to approximately 530 units to date, with 2,370 units remaining through 2031, which is the end of the current housing element cycle. So production continues across all income categories, with the majority that we've seen in the above moderate category, but continued progress in lower income categories as well. The next two slides highlight some key housing element program implementation efforts that are also discussed in the APR. First, with renter protections, this is program F1.13. In 2025, the city advanced renter protections and housing stability efforts by reprogramming approximately $1.4 million in One Bay Area 3 grant funding to support consultant-led feasibility analyses and community engagement. So that work will help evaluate and inform potential ordinances related to rent stabilization, just cause for eviction, tenant anti-harassment protections, and a tenant right to counsel. We have completed consultant interviews and expect to bring a recommended consultant team as soon as the April 28th City Council meeting. And following that, work would begin, hopefully this spring, with ordinance development to follow the analysis and engagement process that's going to be done as part of that grant work. Next up, with the inclusionary housing and linkage fee program, this is program B2.1, I believe. In parallel, the city has completed both an inclusionary housing feasibility analysis and commercial linkage nexus fee study in June 2025, which was presented to the Planning Commission and City Council in a joint study session in July and November of last year. Both studies found that current development conditions in Vallejo are challenging, and that the types of housing that were analyzed are currently not financially feasible, even before we add some of the regulations and fees that we were contemplating. Based on that, both bodies did direct staff to proceed with the ordinance development while incorporating some flexibility to respond to those market conditions. Staff is now working on drafting both of the ordinances, inclusionary housing and commercial linkage fee, together in tandem. I actually just met with our assistant city attorney today, coincidentally, to start drafting the ordinance. We met as a larger group, including the assistant city manager, city attorney Veronica Nebb, as well as our planning director and myself, to sort of lay out an outline of what the ordinance would contain. So the next steps are to put this together into draft ordinances. We do expect to have drafts ready for public review by mid-2026, at which point we'll bring all that comment forward to you for consideration along with the draft ordinance, and you can then direct us to make changes as appropriate. So in closing, the APR does demonstrate that the city is continuing to make progress on both general plan implementation and housing element programs, while also advancing several key policy initiatives that will come back to the council in the coming months. The recommended action before you tonight is to accept the 2025 APR and direct its submittal to the state. With that, I can turn it back to the Vice Mayor and Council for questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And just as a clarification for everyone, there is an April 1st deadline associated with this. So, want to open it up. Are there any public comments on?
Yes, we have two public speakers. The first is Eli Smith.
I do want to just briefly say that this is the third time this item and item C have been bumped back. And I'm only saying that because I just want to really emphasize how important this item is. And I know I've been here now 3 nights in a row, so please. But what I want to say, the city has thus far not met explicit deadlines required by its own housing element, including a June 2025 deadline for rent protection and just cause. and a September 2025 deadline for anti-harassment rights and right to counsel. And mid-2026, it's too late. While waiting for the housing element to move forward, countless people have already lost their housing due to rent increases, illegal evictions, and intimidation. And I think we all know that Vallejo is injured from a series of cataclysmic economic and scandalous events, and all of us living here do carry that deep wound in some way. The injury becomes visible when we look at our schools and our infrastructure, our crime, domestic violence rates, and homelessness. And the pipeline that shuttles our neighbors into visible positions of need is poverty, but the lack of scaffolding that the city provides is the gravity that pulls them down. A few weeks ago, I pulled up to my house to see a man living in his van parked in front of me. He told me his name was Damien and that he lived a few blocks down on my very street for 5 years. And when the rent went from $1,600 to $1,900, I couldn't pay it anymore, so I had to go. And now I'm here, he said. I commute to San Francisco every day for my job. I'm a security guard, I'm in the union, he said. I live across from City Park, and this isn't the first time this has happened to me where I've walked out of my car and stumbled into someone else's eviction story. The person before Damien was an elderly woman in a green SUV that did not run. She was terrified to leave the car for very long because she did not want it to be towed. And she stayed in the driver's seat day and night, gripping the steering wheel, but going nowhere. And like Damien, she lived at her previous apartment for years until she received a handwritten note under her door that just said, "We are making changes. You have to go." Vallejo was already vulnerable, and now policies are unfolding on the national stage. We're staring down a crisis, and I'm deeply afraid that we're not yet aware of how close we are to the precipice. We have to address this shaky scaffolding that cannot support the weight required to hold the life that our citizens need to build, and we have to do it now. 193 additional units were created for the year of 2025, when the target goal is 2,400. Only 33 low-income units out of those 193 units. It's not acceptable. 7 low-income units. Please, no more delays. Thank you.
Thank you. Next
Thank you.
in-person
Our next speaker is Crystal.
Thank you. Like Eli, I want to start by naming something that matters to our public trust. This item, along with item C, has been delayed across 2 meetings now, a month. And tonight our items were pushed back even more. These aren't just minor agenda items, and they speak directly to Vallejo's legal obligations under state housing law. When we postpone them, it sends a message about our priorities, and the public deserves timely, transparent discussion. Now to the annual progress report. The APR can't be changed tonight, and I understand that, and that's not what I'm asking for. It's just important to put the discrepancies on record because this is the state's primary tool for assessing whether Vallejo is actually implementing its housing element, which speaks to an earlier comment about trying to achieve a pro-housing designation. I'd be curious how that would fit within our context of having a housing element that was nearly 2 years overdue and thinking about the current gaps between what's written and what is on the ground. And that's really significant because we see that every day in displacement and eviction. So I do want to acknowledge planning staff and the good faith effort that's been consistent and that's been brought to this work throughout. And so just to be very clear, my comments tonight are not at all about staff integrity. In fact, they're about the structural reality that we're all operating within. And the reality is this: reporting progress in the APR as it relates to the housing element doesn't move Vallejo closer to our RENA goals, which we've never met from what I know. Only implementation does that. And HCD's been very clear with us about this statewide. Their role is an enforcement body, and they're not just there as a symbolic space. They're actually looking for measurable implementation of programs, not just activity around them. And so the city needs decisions that align with state law, with RENA, and with commitments we've already made. And we have to continue to highlight these numbers and how important they are, and that number matters. We added 193 units out of an obligation of 2,900 units, which is just over 6% of the goal. And as Eli said, only 7% were very low income, with a requirement totaling over 600. This is huge, and I think we really need to pay attention to this and keep talking about it and really think about why we're pushing these agenda items to the end over and over. And though perhaps not as catchy and exciting as previous agenda items, it's highly consequential. So I ask that we keep a close eye on this and look for timetables and commitments in closing the gaps. Thank you.
Next, any other in-person speaker? Anyone online?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, we do have two speakers online. Melvin Cowan, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor and members of the council. My name is Melvin Cowan. I'm a Vallejo resident. I want to echo and support the comments made by Eli and Cristal a moment ago. And I want to begin by acknowledging the staff and the Planning Commission for preparing the annual progress report for the general plan and housing element. Reports like this help the public understand where progress has been made and where work remains ahead. The report shows that Vallejo has produced 533 housing units towards the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, also known as RENA, of 2,900 units through the end of 2025, leaving about 2,370 units still to be delivered. That means the city has completed about 18% of its obligations so far, while about 82% remains before the housing cycle ends in 2031. So while the report does reflect progress, it also shows that Vallejo still has the majority of its housing work ahead of it. And I also want to note for the record that RENA progress is not only about the total number of units, but also about whether housing is being delivered at the income levels where the need is greatest. And so the report shows that of the units counted so far, 27 are very low income, 55 are low income, 26 are moderate income, and 422 are above moderate income. And so the central question, therefore, is not simply whether housing is being built, it's whether housing is being delivered at the income levels where Vallejo residents need it most. And with roughly 6 years remaining in the housing cycle, Vallejo would need to average around 390 to 400 units per year to meet its housing target by 2031. And state housing policy is increasingly structured so that when jurisdictions fall behind on their housing obligations, the system begins prioritizing housing delivery more directly. And what this report ultimately highlights is not just a production gap, but a systems challenge. And so if Vallejo wants to close that gap, it will require governance systems that make it easier, not harder, to finance, permit, and deliver deeply affordable housing. And if the city is able to strengthen those systems and accelerate the delivery of deeply affordable and supportive housing, the impact could be significant. In a relatively short period of time, Vallejo could meaningfully reduce housing instability and create a pathway to ending homelessness for specific populations, including veterans, transition-age youth, and seniors. I'm sharing these observations so the public record remains clear about both the progress that has been made and the responsibility that still remains. Thank you for your time.
Next public speaker online.
Next speaker, Layla Walton. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi. I'm interested in the city prioritizing the pro-housing designation. I think that's important moving forward, especially considering the numbers that the resident before Melvin brought forward. In future contracting with developers, the city needs to prioritize ensuring that these developers have the capacity to include low-income housing and moderate income housing. This is especially important considering the presentations that we've seen within the last 2 weeks. Our council has asked developers that are in stages of their process if they can include, and they've said no. We cannot have that moving forward, not in our city, where there are so many adverse circumstances occurring. And I think we have to be intentional in including our single parent households that are primarily providing for maybe one child, maybe two. those factors have to be considered moving forward. And I'm asking the council not to allow for this to be pushed back any longer. When we have housing on the agenda, we don't wait 3 weeks because we have to prioritize deadlines. And that will help with effective and efficient programming around our housing and making sure that we have our foot in the door without a pro-housing designation. Thank you.
Any more online speakers?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, we have one more speaker. Jessica Martinez, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi, thank you. I hear the housing needs and the requests. Has the city council and city staff done an analysis of where we need to be as a city in regards to revenue and grant opportunities and like public taxes that we're paying in order to actually support the housing numbers that are being quoted? Because it just seems like we're a city that continues to provide for its residents, and it doesn't seem like it's ever enough, but we're not bringing in the finances. We know that there's a budget deficit to continue to provide the much needed resources. So I'm just wondering what our long-term growth plans are and how that will impact these resourcing needs. Thank you.
Any more online speakers?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No other speakers at this time.
Thank you for that. And with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment session and bring it back to council. First on the list is Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So can we put the presentation back up real quick? This will be quick. This goes back to what I was just talking about in the last conversation and what I was talking about last week. Go through the slide and go to the one where we talk about the ordinances, please. That's the first slide. You know, hold on, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. The one on the ordinances. Okay, there. So, just as a follow-up to the last conversation we just had, there was a bucket, $750,000 for your group. I'm not saying for your group, but you know what I mean. So, where is the implementation? I just want to hear confirmation from you. Maybe I misread that on the slide. Rent stabilization, just cause eviction, anti-harassment, tenant rights to counsel. We've passed a number of ordinances here over the past couple of years, and there's usually implementation work that needs to take place thereafter. So the $750,000 bucket from the last conversation, does that account for all of these ordinances that we need to adopt that I'm assuming include implementation work? And by implementation work, I don't just mean monitoring and inspections. I also mean engagement and education and you know, talking to community around these things. So for bullet point 3, does that 750 bucket account for that?
No, so these are separate initiatives. If you think about all the projects that we have in our long-range section, the environmental justice element, that's one bucket that's an initiative, if you will. So that 750 is to support the environmental justice element work that is yet to happen. There's additional community engagement that's been requested, and so we were asked, of all our planning work that we have, are there areas where this grant could assist us in completing planning work? And the feedback that we provided the assistant city manager was that environmental justice was a bucket where we needed additional funding. This funding for the rent stabilization and the renter protection ordinances comes from the One Bay Area grant. And so as part of that grant, we're going to fund the community engagement related to the renter protections.
Okay.
And it's going to take us up to the ordinance drafting, if you will.
And then everything beyond that is unfunded right now, would you say?
For the environmental justice, if it's related to this, I'm not sure I understand the in terms
I'm just
of like
asking you about
enforcement.
this piece right now.
Right, right.
You're seeing it in different buckets, but I don't. I mean, I've been in
I
that,
understand.
I've been in that space working in environmental justice and in spaces adjacent to housing justice for a long time. And what I'm trying to get at is here, we have to figure out ways where there's intersection. We're serving very similar communities, different, same needs, same parts of town. Where are we finding these opportunities to really make headway across different areas where we're serving community that may be experiencing similar issues? And what I was getting at with the last bucket was that, to the extent that we can find those opportunities to fund these cross-sectional issues, we should, because the community that we're serving can, in some instances, be the same. I'm not suggesting there are, I don't want to make generalizations. I'm just saying this is something that I worry about when I see stuff on other slides, and I'm not really seeing us thinking about this, which is coming down the pike in a few months. So that's one. And then two, going back to the other slide real quick on how many units we've produced. So I want to go back to something my colleague, Councilmember Palmara, said last week. He said we can, together as a group, just work on a housing strategy to figure out how we, deal with really addressing the very low, moderate. So I guess my question to y'all is like, what's the timeline? I don't think that was direction we gave. That was just a passing comment he made. But what we're getting when we deal with developers is the above moderate unit or supply, right? So we have a financing issue or a revenue problem in the city. So I guess my question to you, knowing that 2031 is right around the corner, is how are you guys thinking about how we're going to deal with those first three buckets?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think historically, when I'm looking back at the fifth cycle, the cycle before this, the data has shown that we are falling short in the below market rate housing production, and going into this, now the numbers are sort of trending the same direction. But I think that's what the housing element programs that we were just talking about with inclusionary and commercial linkage, those directly speak to try to reverse that trend and sort of like, average things out so that when we do get developers, they don't see a city where there's not necessarily any requirements for low income. It's really, if you'd like to do it, there's benefit to doing it if you make it pencil out, but there's hard requirements. So that's what we're actually working towards in those specific programs. Like I said, we should have draft ordinances available for public review by hopefully mid 2026.
So essentially what you're saying is through that process, you think we're going to be able to address the pace of production.
Correct. And so when we're looking at inclusionary, we're looking at it from, when developers want to build residential, we have to have, affordability built into those projects, but also on the other side of the coin, if you will, the commercial projects that come into town also create a demand for housing and affordable housing. So we're also hitting it from that side so that there's going to be a percentage or a fee essentially that we charge per square foot on the commercial side so that we could build the housing trust fund from the commercial development side as well.
Okay. That's all I got for now, Vice Mayor. I look forward to continuing the conversation at goal setting and beyond. Thank you.
Could I just jump in and provide a response to the first item that you raised? I just want to provide a little bit of clarification. One of the main items that we included in the proposed grant funding was for the rental inspection program. That actually is a program that is required in the housing element. The time frame for that is pushed out a little bit further. It's 2027, I think, is when we need to deal with that program. But we saw an opportunity for some good alignment with this potential grant funding to help implement that one. So we're trying to look ahead for that work. And that program kind of ties into this as well because it really is addressing quality of housing, and it's going to allow us to go in and do inspections to make sure that people are keeping the quality at a certain level. So that's just one important clarification I wanted to point out.
Councilmember Gordon.
You already know I'm excited. I'm so excited. You've definitely heard us, especially with the program for B21, because I surely was going to call you all about that, inclusionary housing and the commercial linkage. I want to first of all thank all of the speakers, Eli, Cristal, and let me write their name. I want to say their names: Melvin, Layla, and Jessica, for taking the time to put the work in. When I met Cristal, she didn't have hope that this would even come here. So I hope she's as excited as I am that the city have heard us, and now we're going to do something about it. And because I came here gentrified out, homeless, and had nowhere to go. And why? Because there was no protection, no renter's protection, no nothing for me. And so this is something that I'm glad that we will see less families having to deal with. So you should be very proud of yourself. And I really just want to say, can we move this forward like right now? And just to know that you've met with our city manager. My only concern is that it doesn't get approved and it sits for time, right? I just hope that now that we got the ball going, let's get the train moving forward and to execute it in a timely manner. And so I do like to know if you all think about having some type of ad hoc committee to help support you, anything. But first, I guess we got to get the money, right? So you said tomorrow's our deadline.
Right, to submit the annual progress report it is. In terms of starting the renter protection work, we have selected preliminarily a consultant that we're going to come back and present to you. One of the things that we want to check in with you is how the engagement plan is going to be drafted so that we lay out essentially the time frame, who we're going to be talking to, what venues, and we could sort of, put a stamp of approval, if you will, from the public and from you here on the council before we embark on that engagement effort related to the renter protection work. So hopefully we'll be here April 28th, if not the meeting afterwards, with a contract that lays out those specifics.
Well, and my next concern is, so I'm grateful that we are implementing one or the opportunity to have something being enforced. But I also want to look at what I heard the last caller mention, Jessica, about revenues coming in. So I said it once and I'll say it again, mixed income housing is crucial. I've been in multiple cities where I couldn't tell who was low income and who was high income because it was uniformed, right? And I'm looking to see if we can hold developers. How can that happen? And are you already working on that?
Yes, that's on our radar. So when we were laying out that framework and outline of what the Vallejo ordinance should look like, we took a look at 5 different communities, and comparable design was something that universally all the cities had in their ordinances, and we're going to go ahead and incorporate. So our goal is that when you look at a development, you wouldn't be able to tell, from the exterior at least, that one unit is market rate versus affordability. So it's definitely something that's on our radar.
Thank you. And when you say affordability, we're speaking about tax break housing, whereas a person who's fixed income can live there. someone who working low income can live there?
Yeah, I meant to say below market rate, and it's going to be at different income levels. So depending on the project, whether it's rental or for sale, we'll have different requirements for a certain percentage being at low income versus very low income versus moderate. So depending on what type of project you bring to the city, those will be laid out specifically in the ordinance.
Sounds like a plan. Thank you so much for that.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rojas, for the presentation. First off, I'd like to sincerely apologize to everyone who's been waiting for this meeting for a while. You know, it's been a hectic past couple months for all of us, but no real good excuse. And, you know, I appreciate everyone hanging in there, but I wish we could have done this sooner. Couple comments. I think some of the comments I've heard from the community have been, you know, we don't want to see this any delayed any longer. You know, you and I have had conversations. I listened to your report right now, and so, you know, we're all tracking that. We're expecting to see the tenant protections mid of this year. I think what would give everyone a kind of a warm and fuzzier feeling about this is if like there were some milestones between now and then. So it's not just we're waiting a few months down the road and we want to be surprised. I don't need to know what that looks like right now, but I think having some sort of tangible milestones, you know, once a month or, you know, what does that process look like?
Absolutely.
I know there's some you've already kind of identified in your mind already, but I think having those out there and saying like, hey, we're hitting this, that makes people more comfortable about the process going on.
And that's exactly what I was alluding to. And just to clarify, now that we've identified a recommended consultant, we're going through the scope of work for the downtown and waterfront specific plans because this is where the work is going to live, right? We got the grant for those two specific plans, but part of the funding is going to serve for preparation of the ordinances, the tenant protection ordinances. So a component within the scope is developing a draft engagement plan. Perfect. So when we come back to you as part of the contract authorization, we'll have the consultant lay that out, get feedback from you, and then once we actually get that seal of approval from you that the engagement plan is trending in the right direction, we will refine that, finalize that before the contract gets executed. That will include, you know, the full engagement plan, which is who are we, you know, targeting in terms of input, the timeline associated with that, and we'll be very specific as to what those milestones are. When we develop a website too, that'll live on the website specifically for the project.
Okay, great. And perfect segue, you know, there are a number of organizations and individuals who like to, at most, provide a draft, you know, and not saying we're going to take it wholesale and let's incorporate it. That's what we have this RFP for. But, I mean, will we expect that vendor to formally accept it, at least bullet points or just some notes on what these organizations have been very deeply involved with for the past, you know, how many years they've been doing this? I mean, will they actually accept these comments and say, hey, let's synthesize these into our tenant protections?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking to accept objectively all feedback and community input, whether it be from folks experiencing this and on the other, you know, side of the coin too, landlords. So one of the things that we'll do is we'll engage and then we'll come back, show you what we heard. And I think, you know, part of the hard work is going to be being the arbiters of, you know, sort of where we prioritize one comment versus another or set of comments over another and give us direction as to how you'd like to proceed.
Yeah.
But we will be very discreet about what kind of options you have at your disposal before we actually write the ordinance.
Of course. And this is just more of a comment for later. So I have made a couple of comments before about a housing strategy, and I think the housing element does a lot, and it's a good document to have. But I do want to speak to the urgency of the need for more housing. You know, like the numbers we're looking at right now aren't ideal. Not blaming anyone. It is what it is. However, though, are there things that we could do more to increase our capacity, barriers to lift, invest in more things to get us just even farther down the line? As an example, the city of Vacaville they had a housing strategy come back to them from EPS actually in 2022, and that happened concurrently with their housing element. So it's not unheard of. I mean, EPS, we're using them right now. So I think that's a credible example of, yeah, we can do it, and maybe we should do it. And so I'm going to make that recommendation the next time we have a regular meeting. And, I would love for your input on whether this is a good idea. I'm always, open to being wrong, but right now I think it's worth investigating whether, we should have a housing strategy to get us farther along. Maybe get that pro housing designation at some point, but there's a lot of work to be done, and I'm very curious on what are the specific, very localized policies that we can implement to get us there. But those are my comments, unless you had anything to say about that.
I was just going to add that we actually do have, as part of the scope of work, a housing strategy memo for both the waterfront and the downtown area, but of course you might also be looking at it from a citywide perspective.
Oh,
so
absolutely, absolutely,
point.
yeah. But that's good to know, I didn't know that, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Brugenzer.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I agree with having the ordinances. I don't have a warm and fuzzy that that's going to increase our housing numbers. I don't see developers beating down our door trying to build anything in Vallejo to any kind of mass scale to make up for the numbers that we're already behind. So I was just wondering if, I look at things like, I know we have requirements for developers to put in green space or to put in, a certain amount of parking or road improvements or, fixing medians in current roads as part of their developments. But could we look at, or could we authorize you to, of course, make, it has to be legal, but making deals with them to say, we'll waive the park requirement if you'll put in 10 low-income houses as part of your development, or we'll waive having to put in medians in Admiral Callahan or whatever roadway you're building on, so that we can have some low-income housing as part of your development. How do we do that? Because we need to speed this up. It's not going to happen with just passing some ordinances over the course of a year.
Yeah, I'll defer to the city attorney and the director, but what I've seen,
I'll
I was
take on
going
the
to
city
say,
attorney.
they could be the last word
let
of
me turn this
authority
way
on
then.
this, but I've seen in other jurisdictions, including Richmond, most recently where I came from, there's development agreements that are made between the city and the developer that talk about specifically those things. And there's another type of agreement that's called the community benefits agreement, where it's like if the city is going ahead and waiving something or making something different from the ground rules that are currently in place, in exchange the city is getting some sort of community benefit, whether it's monetary or sort of a capital improvement that they're doing within the neighborhood or citywide. So there are tools like that exist in planning, but I'll pass it on to.
I don't want them to pay a fee just to not have to put in a park, right? Or whatever the case, or that they don't have to do low-income housing, they can just pay a fee. We don't want that. We need the housing. So how do we make that happen?
I was just going to add that state law actually has a provision that allows us to do that through density bonus law. And if you provide a housing development that has a certain amount of affordable units, you can get waivers and concessions from a lot of those requirements. I believe the concessions are the ones that are kind of like blank check almost, but you get a certain number of them. So we do have a mechanism in place to do that.
It's like, how do we become a development city, right? Like, how do we entice developers to want to come to Vallejo? Like, what can we entice them with that, I'm seeing development in American Canyon and Napa, everywhere around us, but yet we have all these projects that come up pending and they look great, and then they just don't pencil out, and then they stall for years and years and years. And I'm tired of seeing that. And I know it's not your fault, it's not anybody in this room's fault. I'm just saying, how can we be proactive in becoming a developmented city to developers, make them want to come to Vallejo, and how can we entice them to do that creatively?
Yeah, there's a lot of different approaches. I mean, there's a lot of different tools that we can use.
So how do we authorize you to do that, or do you already have authority to do that? I mean, I don't want to kick this down the road. If we can make decisions tonight, I'm happy to say yes, waive all parks, or whatever you have to do to get the developments to happen.
I think that hearing council's desire to do this kind of helps empower me, at least, to kind of help, facilitate these projects through as quickly as we can, and to kind of find ways to really make them work instead of, lining up the roadblocks.
Yes.
So
I mean, it should very rarely be a no to a developer, right? Like, what do you want to do? How can you propose it? Well, can you give us some low income housing as part of your plan, or can you, whatever you can do, let's try to make these deals happen. We need the housing. More than anything, I mean, everybody loves parks and nice roads and things, but we need housing more than anything. So I would rather see the housing than a new park.
And I was going to add that.
As long as it's legal, of course.
Yeah,
You know that,
I was
but
going to add that through the two specific plan updates that we're doing for the downtown and waterfront, one of the priorities that we have is to identify what the city wants, right? And what the city wants should be easiest to get through the process so that it doesn't take as much time. So developers come in, they know what the ground rules are. It's very specific. We have objective design guidelines for commercial, for residential. You hit all those boxes, you know, basically the red tape should be cut. We've basically done the work up front to say, hey, we want this. It's not a question of if or, you know, we want this. Let's get out of our own way so that the developer can do exactly what's envisioned. And for those things that we're sort of on the fence about, that we're not sure we want, let's require a use permit, let's require discretionary review, that kind of thing. So those are things that we want to incorporate as tools in both of the specific plans to do exactly that.
Okay, and do we just wait for developers to come to us? Do we advertise to developers? We have certain parcels that are ready to be built on, and if this parcel is ready to be built on, we've already got the zoning down, we've already got, you know, whatever permits ready to go or whatever needs to happen, you know, to try to speed things along or try to make it more enticing? Or do we do that kind of stuff now, or do we just wait for developers to come to us with ideas? And I know this is more of a planning than this
Yeah, no, there's
particular
kind
element,
of two different like buckets for that. There's private property and then there's the public property that we own and that we do want to see development on. So we have the Surplus Lands Act that we utilize, and you know, there's a process to go through that, and we actually make those properties available to affordable housing developers first. So I know we have a couple of properties that have gone through that process and there wasn't much interest. We have tried to advertise those through a couple of regional forums. I actually participated in one a year or so ago, I think, through Solano County. So yeah, there's kind of that piece for the public parcels. For private property, there is not so much that we do to advertise that. I think it's just, you know, trying to make development as streamlined as possible. So it's, you know, we can incentivize developers to come in and work with us.
Okay, thank you very much. That was really helpful. Thank you. And by all means, push ahead with deals.
Just to add one little discussion that has been happening for a while before the Economic Development Commission, which is the Economic Development Commission has sort of recognized this. How do we connect the available property with the developer, buyer, tenant who may want to occupy, utilize, reutilize, or rehabilitate whatever is currently there. And so they have been, and again, working on and talking about that sort of a strategy of maintaining some sort of a list about here are the properties, private, that are out there that are underutilized, vacant, et cetera, and what are they like and what is the zoning on them, and all of those little pieces that maintains that list that somebody can go to and say, I'm looking for X, what is here? Obviously, it requires, you know, a developer who is willing and ready to make some kind of an investment, and that investment, whatever it is, has to pencil. In terms of, I don't want to say let's make a deal, but okay, I'll use that phrase, since those are sometimes slightly easy to do and slightly more complicated to do, depending on what it is that we're looking to give or potentially give as concessions, and what does that mean to our need to backfill that concession with other dollars, because we still have to do whatever that was left to pay for. So if you use, for an example, traffic impact fees as an example, well, we still have to install those traffic improvements at some point. So council will need to, not staff, but council will need to weigh at some point when some of those come forward, what's that give and take, and do we have the ability to backfill that to still get whatever that mitigation of impacts on traffic is and deal with those impacts. That's not to say it's not possible, because it absolutely is. It's just the question of you have sometimes choices and hard decisions to make on those circumstances. And yes, we can do it through development agreements. We can also do it on an ad hoc basis for a project that comes forward with those pre-built in, and then the council reacts. Yeah.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the presentation. Just want to chime in here really quickly, and I want to fully acknowledge a lot of the criticism and concerns that our general public and the speakers tonight have talked about, how it appears that we're not putting housing in our the RENA numbers as a priority, and I know we as a council, we don't perceive it that way, but I think that's just the way things are falling, with, especially recently with our agenda items that have been bombarding us with things that have come in front of us as a priority. So, but I think over my going on 3 years now on this council, it does seem like that is a persistent issue, is that housing, and the fact we're at tomorrow's deadline, this is a consistent pattern that I think we keep running into from a HUD standpoint and improving things for housing. So I think we need to take a more proactive approach at doing this, whether it's we're presenting this in front of council 3-6 weeks ahead of the deadline. I think that would be a better, because obviously we have a lot to say about this. We have a lot of questions, and there's a lot of outside the box thinking that needs to happen, especially in this economic environment. The fact that we're only meeting 530 of our 2,300 RENA number allocations, I mean, because a lot of questions I get is that's for the newly built stuff. What does our existing inventory look like? In fact, in those breakdowns of moderate, what are those numbers of what the existing housing inventory that we have here? In fact, do we even have those numbers?
Yes, we do. It's in our housing element. There's a table that deals with at-risk housing specifically. So if you're talking about affordability by way of units that are deed restricted, those numbers are in the housing element. Otherwise, if there's no deed restriction, then it's sort of harder to pinpoint how many affordable units there are in the city. But we can extrapolate the numbers and provide an estimate.
And the next level of that questioning is, what of our rental units? What is that existing inventory look like, and especially from the subsidized housing? What is that inventory? Because it sounds like people are coming here, but they're not finding that inventory, whether it's new housing, existing housing, and is it a messaging? Is it a? So I'm trying to understand what is that. What is something that we can help support that effort of, if people are looking for housing and we have it here, why aren't people finding it when it is readily available, if it is?
Good point. I'm not sure if there was a question there.
No, I mean, it was just like, when we have those numbers, you say it's somewhere, but it seems like it's not getting publicly out there, whether it's not presented at these type of public meetings, or is it on the website? So if we have a way to direct that to people to where our existing housing inventory is, that might help support some of the misconception or misperception that the housing isn't there for certain income levels.
Yeah, I think what we can do is sort of an infographic that sort of lays out, hey, this is what the housing stock look like, but I'm not sure if what you mean is more of a navigation where someone's looking for housing, can we connect you to the housing that's available? That's probably something a lot more nuanced that we would have to put our mind to.
So it's that, once again, getting the information out there, getting the data out there for people that are looking for that, which speaks to the overall planning, development type of project or effort of how do we get developers to come here. And obviously, the bottom line is, unless it's going to pencil out, so for many developer, it's not going to happen. So once again, we have to get creative, outside the box thinking here, to where going to the density bonus, getting to the community benefits type of incentives there, that I think, if we need to go above and beyond in some cases of how to get that started, but once again, looking at the pencil of what is the back end of that, of what are those community benefit incentives that we're trying to do, is there, so it's that balancing act of what can we provide for developers to come here now to have that investment, for us to look at a long-term type of investment from that standpoint. Director Pollard, I think you just turned.
Yeah, I was just going to add, just kind of anecdotally, I know that one of the things that the developers really look for when they're evaluating whether or not they want to come build in a community is how much certainty there is in the process for developing what they want to build. So the more you can kind of take out the discretionary components and take out, the lengthy CEQA reviews, then they're more interested in coming because they know with more certainty what that process is going to look like. So those are some of the things that we've been kind of thinking about as well, like where can we streamline even further and take out some of the discretionary review.
Appreciate that, and I think, and you've kind of addressed this, what are some of the barriers that some of these developers are, and I think it goes to, do we have a survey that we're getting from developers that I think it goes to more to the marketing approach of, when we approach developers or some investors looking at Vallejo, because to me, it goes beyond penciling. Is it a public safety issue they have a concern? Is it lack of groceries? Is it that type of questioning that we need to maybe reevaluate of how we're approaching marketing certain areas of Vallejo to bring RENA housing here? So I just want to make sure that we're, once again, doing that type of outside the box thinking to getting that information to understand, because it is frustrating when we see American Canyon and they're building. I mean, they're building out of the seams right now, and here we are. We can't even get developers here. So I want to help us understand is what are they being successful over there that's holding us back, and if it's a misperception issue that developers are running into, we need to get rid of that, or try to help them with that misperception or misunderstanding of Vallejo versus some other place.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that too, just to mention that we're trying to kind of change our or maybe improve our reputation with the development community to let them know that we're here and we're trying to help facilitate projects, just in terms of the staff that's here and the process, I guess. But then we're also trying to kind of tackle this from all the other angles too. I mean, we've got an ADU ordinance that we'll be bringing forward pretty soon to kind of help streamline more ADUs in the community. We also have the vacant property registration program that we are really prioritizing to help put pressure on property owners who have vacant properties to do something with those lots. So I think there's a lot of different angles you could kind of tackle the problem from. So we're thinking about all of those things.
Appreciate that insight, and I know it's past 1 a.m. where Councilmember Ledeju is. I know she's a strong housing advocate here. I don't know if she had anything that she wanted to add in this. There she. Councilmember Ledeju, did you want to chime in here?
No, I'm just listening to the conversation and waiting till we get to next steps. Because it's obvious, we know that we're behind on our RENA number. It's obvious that the majority of the housing that we have developed is market rate. The report is very clear on it. And the real question is, what are we going to do next?
Thank you for that. Just want to make sure.
How are we going to move the barriers?
Thank you. Just want to make sure that we didn't miss you in your comments on this one. Going back around again, as we got Councilmember Palmares.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to communicate a couple of these creative ideas. I know people have been asking, like, oh, what are some creative ideas? So one, what is our minimum parking requirements right now?
I'm sorry, can you repeat something about parking?
Minimum parking requirements, what are they right now?
I believe depending on what district you're in, it's 1 to 2 parking spaces, off-street parking spaces per unit. I think I know where you're heading. And just to get ahead of that, we just had that parking program evaluation and action plan that you passed, I believe, at the last meeting. Part of that, if you will recall, is looking at our TOC, our transit-oriented community areas around the ferry terminals, and an initiative to remove parking minimums from those areas. And we could also consider that citywide in different nodes, if you will, but I just want to add that.
That's great. I think it's worth looking into expanding. And if that's a barrier to development, I mean, that's, I like to push it even farther, just complete elimination, but, whatever's sensible, and, respect your decision on that. And also, creative idea, pre-approved housing types? Have you guys been chewing on that a little bit?
Yes, so that's the thinking that we have going into the drafting of the specific plans is to create zones within the specific plan areas that say within this zone, these are the housing prototypes that we want to see. And if you're building that housing prototypes, here are those development standards, the design standards that go along with that, down to the nuance of like what kind of windows, what kind of window reveal, the roofs, should it be a tile roof, should it be an asphalt shingle, flat roof, all that specificity is going to be included in those two specific plans. Citywide, that's something that we'd have to take a look at a later time.
Well, just know
Expand
I'll
that.
be an avid supporter of that, so looking forward to it. Thanks.
Councilmember Gordon?
Thank you. Just had a clarifying question. I want to make sure I understood you. Did you say that right now this particular project is only designed for downtown and waterfront? Or did you say earlier that we can also add it to be citywide?
Can you be specific on what program we're talking about?
This particular grant.
So this grant, the One Bay Area grant, it's $2.4 million overall. That's going to be split between upgrading the downtown specific plan, which is an existing plan. We're going to bring that up to date. And then also the waterfront specific plan. So that money is earmarked for both of those. What I just talked about is specific to those areas, but there's lessons that can be learned once we get those plans adopted. If we think that there's a good fit for other parts of town that are outside of the specific plan, that could be an additional phase that we could consider down the line.
And just to be clear, the housing protection work that we're doing within those plans is not just for waterfront and downtown, it's for citywide.
And when you say waterfront, you're only referring just to the dock?
No, actually, we were initially just looking at the area that is bound on the current specific plan, but we did get direction from our city management to expand that from bridge to bridge. So it's going to be looking at the entire waterfront,
You
the
mean-
northern, central, and southern.
The Carquinez Bridge,
Correct.
District 6?
I believe so.
Thank you.
There you go.
And then my last question, please do not entertain eliminating CEQA review regarding housing. Please. Just let's put that in a drawer and hide it way back there, because that's important to me. Thank you.
I'll just add a quick clarification. I think what I would like to mention is just that when there are exemptions or streamlining provisions that can be used for certain projects, we are definitely trying to use those. But if there are ever any situations where there are concerns about environmental factors, we will recognize that and follow the more lengthy process.
Seeing no further questions or comments, the chair is open for a motion, and if there's any revisions to the general plan or annual progress report, please be specific to that.
I move that we adopt a resolution accepting the general plan and housing element annual progress report for calendar year 2025 and directing staff to submit the same to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation and the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Ledechu?
Aye.
Matias?
Yes.
Palmares?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Matulik?
Aye.
Councilmember Bergenzer?
Yes.
And Councilmember Gordon?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously with mayor absent.
Thank you for that.
Thank you,
And on
Council.
to our last and final item for the evening. City Clerk Abrahamson, could you please announce item 6C?
Receive update on the City of Vallejo's in-house strategic plan and provide direction on next steps. Receive an update on the White Slough situation and approve allocating up to $1,000 total for a lived experience stipend program.
Manny, please start the 2-minute clock. Anyone wishing to address the council on this item, both in person or virtually, must either sign up using the electronic kiosk located in the back of the council chambers or raise their hand virtually by the end of the 2-minute clock. Anyone signing up to speak or raising their hand virtually after the end of the 2-minute clock will not be recognized. Assistant to the City Manager Peterson, do we have a presentation?
We do, thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Council. Natalie Peterson, Assistant to the City Manager. Also with me is Assistant City Manager Conley. So before you this evening, we have 3 separate sections. The first one is an update on the unhoused strategic plan. Just a bit of background for Council. In '24, staff began drafting the unhoused strategic plan. At that point in time, several council members provided feedback that a consultant should be considered to work on the plan. In December of '24, the strategic plan RFP was released. A consultant was selected through an RFP panel, and an agreement was negotiated. In December of '25, the consultant agreement was brought before council, at which point council did not move forward to approve the agreement. In the first quarter of 2026, so over the last month or so, staff began reviewing the previous draft and making edits and adding additional information to the draft. The draft is not yet fully completed and was not in a state that felt comfortable bringing to council for final review, but we did want to give you an update on what that looks like. So the plan consists of kind of 5 sections. High level is the plan development, what work went into creating the plan, Vallejo's unhoused statistics, as well as including some county statistics, most of that coming from the point in time count. An overview of our current programs and projects, 3 strategies for reducing, addressing homelessness, including improving responses to encampments citywide, increasing local and regional partnerships, and monitoring and measuring outcomes and adjusting strategies as needed. And then the last one is resources, so a link to all of the resources where we pulled our data from or that support our plan. I was ready to say next slide, but Manny gave us the clicker, so I got to get that out of my brain. The next portion of the presentation is about the lived experience stipends. These stipends would be established to ensure the city is compensating individuals with lived experience for their input and expertise on potential future programs and policies. We have drafted a compensation procedure that outlines the types of meetings that one may be compensated for. That would be pre-approved by the city manager or his designee, and that the compensation would be based on available funding and outlines how individuals would be compensated. Types of meetings that we would envision utilizing this for would be for RFP or RFQ panels, policy review and development meetings, focus groups, listening sessions, or other meetings that either council recommends or the city manager recommends that we should be able to utilize these funds. Given the city's current payment processes and feedback from past audits, we're anticipating that individuals would be compensated through checks. Staff with the city manager's office are working with the finance department to see how other payment forms may be utilized, including things such as gift cards. We've received feedback on the county's program, which we would be implementing, that not everybody has the easiest access to depositing checks or receiving checks, so we're working to see what other opportunities we could do, but we didn't want to hold up the process from being able to be implemented while we work through potentially bringing another payment process online. And then with this being a pilot program and something new that the city is looking to do, we would look at allocating up to $1,000 for this. It is currently, funds are available in the unhoused kind of bucket of funding, so it would not be touching the general fund and would not be a request for additional funds at this point in time to council. Manny, I may have broken the clicker. Next slide, please. Part 3 is going to be White Slough. So the map in front of you highlights the areas that is the White Slough. So it is the location is the wetland area between Redwood Street and Highway 37 and Sonoma Boulevard and Sacramento Street. It's made up of public parcels owned by Vallejo Flood and Wastewater in the state of California or Caltrans, and several private parcels with several different owners. The areas that show the most concern raised are often referred to as the spit or the island, which is the peninsula portion made up of 2 privately owned parcels, property number 1 and 2, labeled on the map. Private properties labeled number 3 are 2 parcels, but they have the same owner on the map, are somewhat regularly maintained by a private contractor on behalf of the property owner. Next slide, please. So previous actions taken to address the White Slough area include a public property cleanup by Vallejo Flood and Wastewater and Caltrans and the City of Vallejo in November of 2024. And then the City Attorney's Office has filed nuisance abatement cases on 4 of the privately owned parcels that have reoccurring encampment activities, which included properties 1, 2, and 3 on the previous map. Outside organizations, including the Vallejo Homeless Union and Urban Compassion Project, have discussed and provided interest in conducting cleanups of the privately owned parcels, but they do continue to rely on city for resources. With these being privately owned properties, we do want to note that they would need to coordinate amongst themselves and the property owners to conduct cleanups of the areas if that is something they are interested in moving forward with. The city is happy to help request support from the Solano Integrated Outreach Team, referred to as SIOT, and other agencies to be present during the cleanup or leading up to the cleanups to provide outreach and resources when available. And the city has informed the organizations on how to request dumpsters through Recology's free dumpster program. And the city is amenable to helping support those requests through the process. Next slide. So a high-level estimate, and this is the baseline estimate for cost, using the city to conduct a cleanup. The cost would be reliant on what organizations end up conducting an eventual cleanup, potential environmental concerns associated with the location, as well as other factors, is about $210,000. That includes predominantly equipment from our Public Works Department, our Public Works staff time for operating, the items to be removed, which includes any debris that's out there, as well as RVs and our vehicles, potential materials needed, and subcontractor to help with some of the work, as well as a 10% contingency. These costs do not include other staff time associated with the activities, including the city attorney's office, code enforcement, PD, or the city manager's office. And staff have had and are continuing conversations with and working to bring other outside agencies to the table to support these efforts, from local partners all the way up to our federal partners. Next slide. So towing has been a concern and questions that we receive from both the community and council. There are approximately 140 items on the site that would likely need to be removed, may not be able to exit on their own from the properties, which will likely create some capacity challenges for our tow companies. So the city is looking into alternative options to help address that, whether that means bringing additional tow companies into support, or potentially looking to find a temporary additional storage for the towed items. Either of these could potentially add additional costs onto the previous estimates. We are seeking outside funding sources to help cover or share the cost of this, so whether that's grant funding or outside agencies partnering with us. We are working again with local, state, and federal partners to identify both short-term and long-term strategies to addressing the area. Access to the property and an order of abatement is being sought by the city attorney's office. I do want to note that even with the court order, the city will not have the right to inhabit access to the properties, so that may be a challenge preventing reoccupation of the properties. If we move forward with an abatement process, that timeline would take about 2 months to likely get that, and then we're looking at potentially a 3-week to conduct the cleanup of the site. So at this point in time, staff are looking to see if council is interested, with staff looking to continue to work with outside organizations and partners on short-term and long-term strategies to abate the locations. Next slide. One more for me. So with that, there's kind of three pieces before you: input and direction on next steps for the unhoused strategic plan, potentially approving the allocation of up to $1,000 towards lived experience programs, and directions for next steps on addressing the White Slough. With that, we are happy to hand it over to council for comments.
Thank you for that, Natalie. Manny, do we have any comment, or is there any
Yes.
in-person speakers?
Yes, we have two in-house speakers. Eli Smith is the first speaker.
And as she approaches the podium, we do have two speakers online currently.
Thank you for that, Manny.
I know you guys are sick of me. I've been up here so many times before to speak on this topic, and sometimes I feel like I've already said everything there is to say because conversations about homelessness seem to go round and round, and we actually don't have a lot of people here today from the public, but sometimes I catch myself wondering if there's some magic thing that I can say that's going to flip the conversation around. Like, if I stand up here and just talk about how horrible encampments are, which they are, if I'll be taken more seriously or believed more unilaterally, and if my own feelings of despair will be met with more empathy and understanding. But there should be no need to convince anyone that encampments are terrible because people belong in houses, not in camps. And so considering that we all actually agree that this is unacceptable, we have to focus on building a self-sustaining, effective structure, and we need to look to other cities who are reducing their numbers and be honest about the fact that we can do better. And so I do appreciate the city's proposal for $1,000 of compensation for people with lived experience. It's the first step towards finally acknowledging that the affected community has to be involved in the development of policy, actual policy. And on its face, it's an evidence-based practice that is broadly recommended due to the positive effect it has on the program's success rates. But that being said, I have deep concerns about how the strategic plan is being developed right now, which to my knowledge does not include input of anyone with lived experience, which is clear when we talk about checks being received. And that applies to this $1,000, but it also applies to the White Slough. And we're in a $29 million deficit, and everything else aside, we can't afford to pay $210K over and over again to clear the slough. I don't know how many people here have been to the slough, but I can promise you that it will need to be done over and over and over and over again until we address the root issues that are causing this to happen. Allocating $1,000 for some nebulous future purpose while the city marches forward in isolation is not a real application of this evidence-based practice. Strategy should be brought in later once there's an appropriate context. Multiple local organizations are already coming together to develop a strategy for the slough, a multifaceted strategy, so it can become what it was intended to become, and so that people can leave that place and have a chance to build the future that they were intended to have. And I feel honored and deeply moved to tackle this project alongside representatives from organizations like the NAACP, Vallejo Housing Justice Coalition, Sierra Club, the SIAT team, Vallejo Building Black Power and Leadership, and others. And we're working towards debris removal as the first goal at no cost to the city. And so all I'm asking you today is to just instruct staff to meet with community organizations and develop a more collaborative plan and then report back in a reasonable amount of time. And we do need to act swiftly and urgently. We do, but deliberately. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Crystal.
Thank you. Vallejo continues to cycle our people through enforcement without really providing stable and safe alternatives. We can't call displacement and this type of enforcement strategy. Every time it happens, it deepens instability and deep trauma. The city can't claim success on housing while at the same time destabilizing people who need that housing the most. We can't keep treating unhoused Vallejoans as a logistical problem that's on our hands instead of community members, which they are. I do appreciate the update finally being brought forward tonight, even though it's interesting how our items were pushed back so many times and also coupled. But I think we need to be honest. $1,000 stipend, the max, it's really just a gesture, a stopgap measure. It's really not a plan, and it's not a strategy. Our unhoused neighbors and our other organizational allies were not consulted specifically for this plan. And we see that these gestures don't replace the need for a coherent, humane, and legally defensible plan. White Slough is a clear example of what happens when the city acts without a specific plan and without engaging and involving the very impacted residents that live there. People aren't scary, like folks like to suggest here sometimes. Folks are just humans trying to survive. Tonight, we'd like council to please direct staff to go back, to talk with the community and create a plan that includes and involves the community, which this plan is set to really implicate. We see, I was just at the White Slough yesterday. I got confused. I thought a meeting was not going to be on Zoom, and I thought it was going to be in person at the White Slough. And I don't know if y'all have been there. I think people are really scared to go there, but they're human beings just like us, people wanting to eat and to survive, and actually very kind people. I was looking for Eli, who wasn't there, and I was guided by the community members there in White Slough. So I just want us to remember that they're human beings, and oftentimes we are more open to the conversation of tenants, but we see how close this cycle of specifically low-income tenants being cycled into being unhoused and back into being low-income residents. And now we're really concerned with the new plan for HUD to move our folks who were formerly unhoused and into permanent housing back into transitional housing, thus increasing this cycle. So I want us to just be really aware of all the federal stuff happening and how it's implicating our folks here. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We do have
I know, I think I left.
we do have 3 speakers online. We'll start with Ann C., followed by Lewis Michael, and then Layla Walton. Ann C., please unmute yourself. You have the floor. And not getting any audio from your end, we'll move on to Lewis Michael for the time being, and then we'll come back to you. Lewis Michael, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Yes, good evening again, Council. This is Lewis Michael. I'm speaking as a concerned community member, and I want to speak on both the broader unhoused strategic plan and the situation with the White Slough, which I'm going to refer to as the island, as that's what it's called by the folks who live there. Some of you may know that there's already a coordinated initiative forming on the ground that is aligned with many of the goals being discussed tonight. But this initiative isn't just about cleaning up debris. It's about pairing that work with outreach, support, and beginning to think about long-term pathways for people who are living there. I want to share this personal story. A couple years ago, I was out on the island doing outreach, and I met someone who lives there named Billy. He showed me his home that he built himself out of materials he was able to find. It had 2 levels, and he gave me a full tour with a sense of pride. And inside, he even had put together this makeshift drum set that he played for me. Over time, as I continued to visit, I learned more about his life, his family, his history in Vallejo, and his creativity. I even have a painting right here that he gifted to my wife one time when we visited, that I would show if I was in person. But this is just one of many experiences and interactions I've had with folks living there. And I share this because what we often refer to as debris or blight, for many people, is their home. It's what they've built with what they have. It's where they sleep, where they create, and where they hold on to some sense of dignity. Most people on the island, if they had access to a clean and safe place to live, would take it. They're making do with what they have in a system that has not provided better options. This is not a personal failure. Most times it's something that we have to take shared responsibility for as a community. These conversations often can feel like we're talking about problems to solve instead of people whose lives are directly impacted by the decisions being made. I want to acknowledge the city's strategic plan does identify partnership as a key part of the solution, and what we're seeing is an opportunity to bring that to life in a real, tangible way. Because this is a complex situation with multiple landowners, overlapping systems, and real resource constraints, it's not just something any one group can solve alone. And especially when we consider the scale of resources needed for cleanup and the reality that without coordination, we risk repeating the same cycle of displacing people and we don't actually address root causes, and this just gets pushed somewhere else. This is an opportunity for the city to be in true partnership with the community, not working separately, but in collaboration, and potentially creating a model for how we approach complex challenges like this moving forward in Vallejo.
Time. Next speaker, we'll go back to Ann C. Ann C., please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Okay, I tried unmuting myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm not going to be able to get through everything I want to say tonight. I want to first point out, like a couple speakers have mentioned, that how unwieldy it is for this topic to have been combined. First of all, strategic plan with White Slough, two huge topics, postponed two other times, and now considered at the last item of a meeting that started at 6. You didn't start this topic until 5.5 hours in. It's ridiculous. So I will try to get through as many points as I can. Yes, number one, yes to the cleanup of White Slough, including removing all those vehicles. In my opinion, the city is responsible for letting that situation develop, even though it's a big price tag and we don't have any money to deal with it. Number two, and a lot of people are going to clutch their pearls about this, I suggest that we look at what other California cities have done, and that is to strengthen our ordinances around public camping. Other places have made it a misdemeanor. And what that does is twofold. One, it creates a record of the interaction. And number two, possibility for some consequences. So it puts some teeth in things. It just gives you more ways of dealing with people who maybe are reluctant to take the next steps that they need to. Number three, regarding stipends for, quote, lived experience, I think that's fine. And I think it also is time to acknowledge the, quote, lived experience of housed residents and businesses that are near these large encampments. And people seem to want to dismiss the impact that these have on our lives. Oh boy. Number four, I think that there's a fine line between compassion for people who have difficult circumstances versus enabling them to continue in things that they really shouldn't be doing. And with that, I'm talking about illicit drugs and, frankly, also untreated mental illness. That gets me to number 5, which is we need to have a reality check of where we are with county resources for those kinds of things, that we really need to give much more emphasis to drug treatment and mental illness. Number 6, I believe that food distribution should be in meal halls and not takeaway meals, because the takeaway meals end up creating rodent problems, to fast forward to the bottom line. Number 7, focus on encampments. And number 8, test the water quality at White Slough.
Time. Thank you. And our final speaker, Layla Walton. Please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
Hi. I want to first address how vague this plan was written up. by Natalie Peterson. I don't see a need assessment included in this plan. I don't see a primary contact person. Yes, I see the city manager, but I also see that the city manager can appoint somebody to be the contact person for this programming, for this stipend program, which I appreciate a thought of a stipend. But once again, we do not want to uplift Band-Aid solutions. The vagueness of this particular plan, I think, shows a lack of transparency, a lack of communication, a lack of comprehension of the task at hand and of the people that this program can possibly serve. I think this is a disservice on Natalie Peterson's part. Furthermore, and lastly, moving forward, the union, the Vallejo Homeless Union, needs to be a priority contact in these conversations because of the relationships that particular organization has already built with the residents and community that resides on the island. It's important to first ask the people who you're serving what they need before you assume a service. I'm sick of seeing this city do a partial job and then ask for an applause or an applause for a partial job. Especially when there are organizations that are doing the work on the ground, that know the names. And I think it's been brought up on this dais by Councilmember Gordon how grateful folks are from city staff. Folks are grateful, but folks are also have strong opinions and have had continuous reason for distrust from city staff. And that needs to be addressed. I hope that in this consideration, the council takes the time to consider the big picture and not just pieces of the conversation. We're talking long term. What these programs that the staff has presented today is short term and it's very fulfilling.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any more
And that wraps
speakers?
up our speakers, Vice Mayor.
With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment session of this agenda item and return it to my fellow council members, starting with questions and starting with Councilmember Paul Maris.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A lot to unpack, but I'll try to be concise. I want to be very clear. I want to support short-term and long-term solutions as far as addressing what's happening at White Slough. So for the long-term solutions, what are the things that we need to be doing in order to do the heavy vehicle machinery kind of cleanup that needs to go down there, that needs to happen over there. At the same time, any community-led interventions as far as outreach or cleanups, however much as we can, I'd like for us to support them as much as possible. With regard to the unhoused strategic plan, I think a good first step, because it's kind of unwieldy to do that here right now, but I think an initial good step would be to have an internal meeting, Councilmember Ledeju, Councilmember Gordon, and myself, to just really take the initial steps to think about how we're going to approach it and kind of go from there. I think we have plenty of experience between the three of us to start that and then begin to open it up to community input and keep on fleshing it out as we go along. And yeah, support the stipends. That's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so very much. I do appreciate everyone's voice, and thank you for all the callers and the in-house speakers. Your voice matters. I want to say again, thank you to Natalie Peterson. Just yesterday in my community in District 6, I did get another compliment from them for the services that you have provided, and I stand by that because I too likewise know names. But it wasn't when I got seated. I've been knowing names since I've been a community advocate, and of all of Vallejo at the time. As you know, we're now district. So, and they know her by name, and they appreciate the work that she do. I'm not sure exactly whom that don't, but there's far few that I've came across. So I only speak my truth. I want to thank you for this project, and please keep in mind to the city of Vallejo, these properties that we are referring to are not the city of Vallejo, so we have to be very careful when we go onto these properties because they are private properties. But the fact that I want to thank the city of Vallejo for moving forward, because other cities, as we mentioned earlier, they would not take the time to consider our unhoused individuals as the city of Vallejo has. And I'm very proud of that. So thank you. And I'll stand by that. Moving forward, remember, I too was unhoused. And I say that with the fear of being judged and criticized. But I say that because lived experience comes in various ways. And some people are unhoused that you may not even realize. And there's some people who are unhoused that need services. And we just want to do our part and provide those services. And I thank you for wanting to do this right here, because we're trying to hear from, so far I've been seated for a year, and we have implemented many opportunities to hear from unhoused, from various boards that I sit in, from lived experience currently. So I just came back from a housing conference, and we heard from many lived experience, currently unlived, unhoused individuals who shared stories how they became unhoused, and where there were lack of services, where lack of city not wanting to entertain the meeting their needs, and say go someplace else, not in our back door, not in our backyard. So I just want to commend the city of Vallejo for caring, and I hope that people see us moving forward and see that we are caring. And sometimes come and say thank you. That'd be really nice sometimes, because we do love Vallejo. And if one is hurting, in my opinion, we all are hurting. That's how I look at it. And whether you agree how I say it or not, I can apologize for that. But I can say, as a community advocate since 2005, I have seen Vallejo move much farther than when I first came here. Thank you.
Councilmember Brugenzer.
Thank you for the presentation, Natalie. First of all, I agree with the overall plan that you're proposing. I don't have any real issues. I know that you're still working on the plan, and it's not the full details, so it's not the vetted out 100% plan, so I appreciate that, what the update is. Second, I do have, like I expressed before, I do have concerns about the cleanup of the White Slough because we don't own the property, and I fear that we will spend money and then it will just happen again in 2 weeks, and we have no control over that, and here we'll sit. So I do have, of course, I want it cleaned up, but I have concerns about that. And then thirdly, I do not support the stipend. I feel that we've been told over and over again for the last 2 years that, you know, we need to get input from the community members for the lived experience, but I don't need to have to pay for it. If they really want their voice to be heard, or they want to be part of the solution, then they need to be part of the solution. We don't pay our other boards and commissioners, of which we have hundreds in the city, that participate on boards and commissions and give input to the city, provide input on ordinances and all kinds of things. They give it of their own free will, and they give their expertise. And so we don't provide stipends to all of those volunteers. So I don't see that this is warrants a stipend as compared to any other commissions or boards. And so that's where I stand with that.
Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. You know, I was just kind of listening to the update from Ms. Peterson, and I will say, I think we've been in the newish group. We've been in, we can't say we're new anymore, we're newish. We've been in office 14, 15 months, and I gotta tell you, this is probably up there in terms of the topics that we talk about every couple of months that genuinely makes me sad. Because I don't really feel we complete projects, we do ribbon cuttings, we offer up programs, we ask for timelines, we have conversations, we sit in our meetings with folks, and it doesn't genuinely feel, despite all the things I think this council has worked on, like there are folks walking away saying, you know what, we're not necessarily getting all the things right, but there is progress being made. It very much feels like we're still at day zero. And a lot of it is because we don't have the infrastructure as a city to support this work. And we also have different perspectives in community on how to address this issue. And I think that that's part of the process of really doing meaningful community engagement, that we get to a place where you don't get everything you want, but at least there's a path forward where we all agree on what success looks like. And I don't really feel like we've gotten there. So I say that to say, before I come back to my general comments, I just have quick questions for the two of you. Can you quickly give us an update on the Navigation Center? How many beds are occupied on, out of the 175 we have? Can you confirm that Broadway is fully online and staffed up and housed? Just give us a general sense of where we are with those two projects in particular, which are the projects we pushed across the finish line.
Yes, so Broadway Village, 46 of the 47 units are fully leased. We did have an individual self-exit from the program, so the units being turned over and the individual being brought in is doing their final kind of check-ins and background for that, but should be moving in here shortly. We are fully staffed up. We did have the manager who resides on site has stepped down from their current role at Shelter Inc., but they're in the process of hiring, so they're utilizing their other staff to fill that vacancy in the meantime. But Broadway Village is fully up and running with the one unit that's in the process of having that individual move in. The Navigation Center, I do not have tonight's number, but at any given night, there's anywhere between 5 to 10 beds vacancy. Individuals have to check in within every 48 hours, so if somebody goes away for a day, they don't automatically turn that bed over and open it to a new individual. So depending on fluctuations with people coming and going, there might be anywhere from 5 to 10 beds available, just waiting to see if that person comes back before they open it up to the next resident.
So there's about 165 or sorry.
125 beds.
Sorry about that.
Most nights, I would say at minimum 115 are being filled.
115 are being filled. Okay. And then something we have not talked about, which I want to get clarification from you guys and from the city attorney's office, is around RVs. So we just had over the weekend an RV go up in flames off of Lincoln Road. We also had an RV park right next to a business that we got a lot of emails. We had ABC right smack in my face a year ago because there was a lot of outreach from the business community. And so we have yet again a new encampment or a new RV sort of being set up at that location. And so can you tell me, what does the code say around RVs? Have you guys explored a buyback program for RVs? And because that's not really accounted for in here, and we've been getting a lot of emails and calls about that. So what does the code say? What programs do we have in place to either engage in buybacks, which other cities are doing, and then also get folks into housing who decide to, sell the RV and then say, hey, I need housing. Like, so what is the structure to support folks who are kind of living out of operable/inoperable RVs? And what does our code say? And are we enforcing it? All of it. I want to hear all of it.
So I am happy to get started, and then we'll defer some of my topics to the city attorney and city manager. In terms of our code, so we utilize the California Vehicle Code for all of our vehicles on the street. Technically, vehicles, yours, mine, anybody's, needs to move every 72 hours if they're parked on the right-of-way. We try to enforce that as much as possible. Right now, with the staffing that does encampment cleanups, when we have enough officers, we try and go out and tag vehicles to get them to willingly move every 72 hours. We do go through the enforcement route. That being said, it is difficult to tow RVs sometimes, both because of space and because of the equipment that is needed to move it. Not all of our tow companies have the physical equipment to tow like a fifth wheel or a gooseneck trailer, for example. So we're reliant on a very small number of tow companies who can do that. We also typically don't go the tow route at first because we understand that individuals are living in this and we don't want to take that away. We try and save that for very derelict, the one that got burnt up. There's been one that's been crashed into a couple of times and had, side panels falling off. But that being said, we do have the opportunity to tow should we need to, but try to do that sparingly. And we typically do that through the homelessness team and the police officers and the sheriff's department that work with us when we go out versus having our police assistants doing that work because we do know that there needs to be some form of engagement talking with the individuals, trying to offer resources when available. In terms of a buyback program, I don't think we haven't looked into that in depth. I've looked at what some other cities are doing, so I think it's an opportunity that the city can explore, but it hasn't been something that we've delved very deep into. With that, I'll defer to the city manager or city attorney if I missed anything or any clarification points.
We're enforcing. I just want to know, do we have language addressing RVs in our code, and are we enforcing that currently? And have we been enforcing it?
So the answer to your question is the California Vehicle Code is what we are enforcing currently. We do not have specific provisions around no parking of RVs, which some cities have done, and that is on one of our lists to explore. Be that and the previous jurisdiction I worked in, you could not park one for more than a couple of hours. You had to come and get a special permit to do that. And otherwise, they were not allowed to be parked on city streets at all. So they had to be in parks or they had to be in recreational vehicle storage centers. We do not have that rule here at present. The California Vehicle Code allows us to do a couple of things. Natalie mentioned the 72-hour rule. We may enforce that regardless on any vehicle within the city. If a vehicle is unlicensed and unlicensed in excess of 6 months, we can tow it immediately. No 72 hours necessary. And that doesn't, an RV is a vehicle, so as is a car. With regard to questions surrounding a inoperable vehicle, same answer, we can tow it if it's inoperable. We find that many of these are not registered to the people who are in possession thereof, either because they've been turned over more than one time, vehicles that are not in the possession of or are reported stolen, which we find fairly often too, are also subject to immediate tow and confiscation. I think that, do we have some other tools to remove those vehicles that we could adopt as ordinances? Yes, we do. I think as Natalie had pointed out, however, they're big. That we have some occasional challenges in towing them and getting them stored. And sometimes through the process that happens at lien sales is they end up back out there. So your question about whether or not, and I'll go back to sort of buyback, it's not really buyback, we never owned it. It's really just a purchase and take them out of service program where we would need to engage in some contractual obligations with people who will actually destroy these vehicles once they have been taken off of the market. But the problem with buying a vehicle is the person who sells it has to have the right to do so, meaning they have to be the registered owner of that vehicle. We can't necessarily buy it, a stolen vehicle, if it is stolen, from someone who may be in possession of it illegally. That said, can we get it off the street is a different question, and are there other ways to get it off the street by having anyone who is currently using it exit it and then tow it under those circumstances? And the answer to that is yes, if we establish that program.
So there's a reason why I'm asking these questions, and it goes back to the fact that I don't want to keep having the same conversation every single meeting where we're just, doing the same thing, receiving the same updates, and the frustration just continues to boil. I think it was a year ago, probably to the date, or we're getting close to the date, Councilmember at the time, Vice Mayor Bergenzer and I talked about setting up a fund for additional temporary housing for folks that we would make available. We got $7 or $8 million in the Measure P fund, and one of the priorities is to support with like homelessness. So the thing that makes me sad and that gives me deep frustration is we have those dollars there. We could stand up a program. We had the Project Room Key that was in place during the pandemic, and we got a lot of people off the street. And yes, there were deaths, and that was very unfortunate. But we got a lot of people into temporary housing while we sorted some stuff out. Right now, we're not doing anything. People are out in the street, and there's also the heightened risk of like fires popping off, which we just saw this past weekend. So in terms of a next step, just to piggyback off of the Councilmember Bergenzer's point, I generally agree with the buckets that you guys proposed on the strategic plan, but I do want there to be some movement on our RV program, because I don't think we're doing anything around that, and we've been kind of just, it's not going to go away. We have to have a program to address it, and it needs to be a combination where we make funding available to rent out some rooms. Some of the hotels we have here, we offered up that idea a year ago. And then we tell folks, like, you can't be in residential neighborhoods with these vehicles. We can purchase it from you, we can get you on the pipeline, right, to get you into housing, and we can make some funding available to help you get back up on your feet. But we need to have a program, and a lot of these things, these folks have shared at different meetings we've had over the past couple years. So I do want to personally see movement on the RV front as soon as possible. And then I just have a quick question. The encampment resolution funding program, did you guys apply for that already?
We have applied for previous allocations. We have not applied for this most recent one. I'm working to set up a meeting with Caltrans to potentially do a partner grant for the encampment resolution funding. We're looking at sometime I believe next week when their key staff is back from vacation.
And then are we currently receiving HAP or HHAP dollars?
So those dollars go to Capilano JPA and then are reallocated through that program. We did receive allocations of that for both the Navigation Center and the Broadway project, but we can request for different programming for future dollars that come in as part of that.
That kind of gets me to my last point around the stipend program. So I wasn't here when this came up in February. There's 2 points I want to make, and I'll close with this. Those type of programs are actually not, it's not uncommon and it's a separate thing than like boards and commissions. So I just want to put it out there. Like, it's not uncommon for folks to receive stipends when we are asking for their expertise in helping solve a problem. That's a thing, and it's been a thing for a long time, especially in the spaces I've been in, nonprofit space, philanthropic space. When you're engaging like marginalized communities, you provide compensation for their time. So that's a thing. At the same time, when I was doing research, the only city that I came across that had that program was Long Beach. All of the other structures that I found were actually housed as part of the JPA structure with those HAP dollars flowing through. So I am just wondering, like, why are we doing something that nobody else outside of Long Beach is doing across the state? It should really be funded at the county level, and then those guys are handling millions of dollars at the county level, and that's in service of 7 cities. So you should really be having residents from across our different communities be a part of that structure, so that when they're making those multi-million-dollar allocations, it's actually helped also informed by these like regional issues that we're having. I think to set that program up right now at the city level, when there is deep mistrust, when we have a meeting with one group, but then the other group is not in the room, and then they complain and tell us that they're not in the room, and then different groups are telling us different things that we should be doing, it's just gonna exacerbate the frustration, and I don't wanna contribute to that. What we need to figure out is all of these different problems that we're trying to solve for, where does it make more sense for us to set it up, given the challenges we currently have with staffing, with our deficit, and then, just continue to chip away at the things that like Vallejo is experiencing in this moment. So I say that to say that while I generally agree with the concept of the program, I don't agree that we should be doing that right now, given the fact that we've given direction, again, and I know you guys are just 2 or 3 folks working on this. We've given direction for a full year on certain things, and we really haven't gotten those things done that we've asked for. And I think it's important for us to get the basics done and get them done right, then start to do extra stuff, not really get all the things that we've asked for done right, and then we're just pissing folks off even more so than they're already pissed off. So, and I'm sorry I'm using that language, it's also 12:30 in the morning. So, agree with the plan, need you guys to pursue funding through the ERF program. Think the structure should live at the county level that you guys are proposing. Need a proposal on the RV program with some concrete recommendations from city staff. And now that we're not receiving updates on these bigger programs, I would like to receive more frequent updates from you guys. And it doesn't need to be a 4-hour thing. Like, I think it should go on the agenda because it is something that we're hearing about. In the same way we're hearing about housing, we're hearing about homelessness like around the clock. So those would be my 5 key points for us to move forward this evening, Vice Mayor.
Thank you for that, and thank you for the presentation. And I agree the strategic plan is what I consider right now is a good stepping stone, is a good starting point moving forward. And I'm looking at this as a live document toward this is going to be a continually evolving plan moving forward. And then with that being said, when the stipend came up in front of us back in February, I got quite a few emails and calls of the misunderstanding, misrepresentation for that. So I want to get on the record and make sure everybody's a little bit crystal clear. I know you went through it today, but the fact it's 12:30 already in the morning, that it may not have sunk in for a lot of people. So quick yes or no questions. Is this $1,000 stipend going to all unhoused individuals?
No.
Thank you. And then the way I understand it, the way you laid it out today, these are for pre-approved individuals that are pre-approved that are helping to, for example, be on a panel at a public at a public meeting, or some level of positive participation in helping to identify solutions to whatever the issue may be at a meeting or at an event.
For pre-approved activities, we're not going to pre-select individuals necessarily, but the activity would be a pre-approved activity like an RFP panel, et cetera, that would feed
Yes.
into designated programs, yes.
See, and so with that being said, obviously we're asking the lived experience individuals that are out on the street right now, for them to understand this. How are we getting this message out to them so they have a full understanding of this, versus individuals telling them, show up at a meeting, if you speak, you're going to be getting $1,000 type of deal?
No, good point. So it would be kind of preset criteria for what we're looking for the panel. For example, when we reviewed the unhoused strategic plan consultant RFP that we brought to council, we did have individuals with lived experience who sat on that panel to be part of it. We reached out through the county's lived experience team to have representatives from they have a committee for their lived experience to sit on that, particularly looking for individuals who had lived experience in Vallejo. So we would have kind of preset qualifications for the individuals that we're looking for to make sure that we're getting individuals who are coming and participating and not necessarily just coming and sitting and listening to a meeting, but have the expertise and the information and can be part of that conversation.
Appreciate that clarification, because I am a strong advocate of those that have the lived experience to give us that expertise or that understanding to help us come up with solutions to specific issues and certain situations and stuff. So I am a supporter of that stipend moving forward. So we've talked about RVs, and we've talked about one thing that we haven't given more credence to are the unhoused that are living in their cars or living in vehicles. And so just out of curiosity, from the recent PIT count, have we gotten a number of those individuals that are living in their vehicles versus those that are living on the island per se?
We do not have specific numbers from the PIT count yet. That has taken sometimes anywhere from 6 to 8 months to get back specific. So as soon as we have that information, we will definitely share it with council. I just, being out in the field, I would say that we have a lot less structure or tent-based encampments, and it has moved a lot more to vehicle and or RV related encampments throughout the city.
So we did put a conscious effort of identifying and tracking down those that are potentially living in their cars and in RVs and stuff.
Part of the pit count is identifying, are they in a structure, are they in a tent, a place not meant for habitants, vehicle or RV/trailer type. So those will be numbers that we'll have access to, we just don't have them yet.
Appreciate that. And as much as I agree with Councilmember Matias with it's hard to see the progress we've made, but I know from my personal experience and sharing a lot of emails and phone calls that I get from citizens when they bring to my attention an area or a situation or RV, I forward it off to staff and I quickly get it within probably, recently it's been anywhere from 48 hours to a week to where I've gotten reply calls from those same individuals that sent me those messages that has been addressed. But I think it's, once again, it's a whack-a-mole issue that once that does get addressed, and then a lot of those situations do come back, and I'm getting those calls now to where, especially in my district, in District 2, over off of Stanford Street right now, where they are coming back to certain areas to where, once again, that's part of the solution-based ideas or of the long-term planning of how do we avoid this and address this for the long-term basis. So, but once again, I think the strategic plan that was presented to us, once again, it's a starting point. But once again, I consider it a live document that I think was going to be an evolving issue moving forward. Seeing that we're getting to our second round. Oh, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification, sure. I think because the last time council did discuss the stipend situation, there was a lot of community misinformation out there, and that kind of came back in some, odd configurations. So, Natalie, the $1,000 is $1,000 total. Is that correct? Of a budget amount?
Total for the program, yes.
And each participant is only eligible to receive what?
It's $25 an hour at the 30-minute milestones.
Okay. So just to make sure that the public who might, probably not listening at 12:30, but who might be listening, don't think that has changed or have the full information. I thought I would just bring up that point of clarification.
Yes, thank you for the clarification. Now, Councilmember Gordon, you had a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. I just want, as my colleague pointed out, on how many emails have you received regarding unhoused community members in their complaints? Just a small number, and all of us have received emails regarding concerns or frustrations of unhoused individuals in their neighborhood. Just a roundabout number that you may reply, just so you know that in our planning, we're trying to hear from everyone, but to be transparent.
So that's a hard number to calculate, especially this early in the morning. I would say on any given day, I'm receiving 10 to 15 emails from community members. Some of those are forwarded to me through, like Isaiah at our front desk, or through council members getting the information and forwarding it to me, as well as direct from community members. We also get flagged down when we're out in the field, and they'll say, hey, you're right here. Do you know there's something, 2 blocks around the corner? So we get the informal, which also makes it onto our list. We also get reports through SeeClickFix. Some of those are duplicates, but I want to say our last time I checked, was around 900 reports in there for homelessness on public property as a reported number. So we get quite a lot, and we do our best to, council's given us some priority areas to look at, so we try to prioritize based off of that, making sure we're not neglecting communities or neighborhoods throughout the community, but also making sure that we're giving individuals the opportunity to move. And I know it does create that whack-a-mole sometimes, but without having long-term strategies for how we're going to get these people housed, or where we can tell them to bring their trailers or cars or RVs, trying to give them the opportunity to move before going straight for the enforcement base and taking what they're living in away from them.
Thank you for sharing.
Seeing no other further questions or comments, chair is open for a motion.
Yes, I move that we received an update on the City of Vallejo's unhoused strategic plan and provided direction on the next steps. We've received an update on the White Slough situation, and we requested to increase our actions on RV enforcement. And I'm specifically leaving off the allocating the money for the lived experience. If somebody wants to make a sub motion for that, they can do that.
Councilmember Palmares?
I just want to make sure this gets captured, but the meeting between myself, Councilmember Gordon, and Councilmember Lejeune, is that?
So
Are we all agreement, and is that okay?
the direction that I heard, and I didn't hear no's to, was general consensus with the strategic plan as high level outlined, with Councilmember Palmares requesting that Palmares, Gordon, and Lejeune have an initial meeting with staff to kind of flush through it, get some community engagement, and kind of have this be a living document, which we did build into the current outline of the plan with adjustments as needed based on funding strategies, et cetera. For White Slough, I think consensus that we want to see it cleaned up and to kind of continue pursuing what that could look like, both with, where possible, supporting community-led outreach and cleanups, as well as what the city side would be. And I think where we might be slightly split is the stipends portion. So I don't know if that needs a separate motion or vote, but I would say maybe a separate motion and vote on the stipends portion.
So is that how the council would like to, Councilmember Matias?
Can I just add a friendly amendment to your motion? Because I do want us to prioritize the encampment resolution program funding. Like, I want us to chase dollars to support, the development of the RV program. And that should also include temporary housing options as we do the enforcement. Is that okay with you? Thank you.
And to be clear, we're going to be taking the stipend as a second motion if that is brought up.
If somebody brings it up.
Correct, if someone brings it up. Can we do a roll call vote?
Councilmember Matias.
This doesn't include the, okay, so yes.
Councilmember Palmares.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
Aye.
Councilmember Genzer.
Yes.
Gordon.
Yes.
And Councilmember Lejeune, I believe she left the meeting. So that motion carries unanimously with the mayor and Councilmember Lejeune absent.
And is there anyone willing to do a motion for the stipend?
I will note, Councilmember Matias, I know you said that when you were doing your research, only Long Beach was doing them on their own, and then most places had their COC or a JPA equivalent doing them. The JPA does have the infrastructure, or the COC has the infrastructure to do that. Right now, it's kind of for more county-wide basis. So an alternate idea for the group to consider is I could work with Councilmember Palmares and Councilmember Lejeune as our JPA representatives to bring an item before the Capilano JPA board to see if they would be willing to utilize or set aside X amount of dollars, for example, for outreach specifically in Vallejo, but like each of the cities versus just countywide initiatives, if that's something that the group wants to mull over.
So is that our in lieu plan of the stipend?
Yes, for you guys to work to devise a solution at the county level for each of the cities. I would be for that, because again, otherwise you've got just electeds in a room reacting to projects or whatever ideas are coming to mind, and the folks who are dealing with the issues in each of the cities are not really providing their input. So this wouldn't be a binding decision because that group needs to agree to that. Yeah. But we can recommend that the three of you explore that with the JPA as an option. And I would be okay with that, but not at the city level.
Councilmember Palmares, did you want to add anything? Nope. No. Well, if no one was willing to put that motion on the table, I'm willing to move that motion of. Yeah, that was a recommendation. So I'm willing to move forward. I move that we approve allocating up to $1,000 total for a lived experience stipend program. Go ahead, Councilmember Palmares.
This is on. I'll make it official for Councilmember Matias. So I'd like to motion his recommendation for us to explore working with the JPA for that lived experience collaboration.
Just for purposes of clarity, you already had a motion on the floor, so are you offering that as a substituted motion?
Substituted motion, yes.
Okay.
So that should come first, correct? Okay.
So just for my clarification, does the substitute motion include the stipend program? Or is it two separate, or is it totally
Yeah,
different?
that was a separate one, because I put on the table for the stipend program, so we have to vote on that, and if, depending on how that goes, then we can move to his.
Substitute goes first.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
The substitute motion, as I understand it, is to work at the county level to provide stipends but to do them at a local level so that we get some local data from people with lived experience to inform our development of our strategic plan.
Yes.
Okay, that's the substitute.
And as a clarification, that's just a recommendation to go to the Capilano JPA for this funding source for that, correct?
Yes.
Because they don't have to do it if they don't want to.
No, yeah.
That's the substitute we're voting on now.
Okay. Councilmember Palmares.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Matulik.
No.
Councilmember Bergenzer.
No.
Councilmember Gordon. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Ledige is absent. Councilmember Matias.
Yes.
Yes. The motion carries with Council members Bergenzer and Vice Mayor Matulik opposed, and the mayor and Councilmember Ledige absent.
With that being said, meeting adjourned.
Yeah, we were working on this with you.